got to cover on the circle, and they got a man at a wideish extra cover. So they're gonna stop any big shots. You might just get a single instead of two or four.
So again, in the first power play, allowed a maximum of three outside. I don't think there's any conversation right now about having people in the deep because the batters are just starting to find their right. Let's say start to judge the pace of the pitch, judging how the ball is coming onto the bat. So the batters right now will be effectively on the back foot. So now is a good time for the West Indies to set a very aggressive field as you see here.
Yeah, but the other side of that is that from a batting perspective, since everybody's inside the circle, you might decide, well, look, okay, I'm being tied down a little bit. If I hit the ball over the top, there's nobody out there to catch it for me, especially in the leg side. They've got a man at mid on, short mid wicket, forward short leg even, and a short backward leg, right?
So this is interesting. This left arm spinner, I was watching him yesterday, and he appeared to have been somebody who has very good control. Some he pushes through, some he flights, and anytime you have a spinner who's good enough to bowl during the power play overs, that almost was a sort of a glove there onto the keeper's hands, into the keeper's gloves. But that level of control as a spinner, how important is it to be able to bowl in the power play overs?
Especially with a new ball, it's very difficult. There's some people who have done it very well. Normally, it's the orthodox spinner that does that. For the West Indies, in recent times, somebody like Samuel Battery has done it. Bowl a new ball. But normally, it's an orthodox left arm spinner simply because it's a little bit easier to grip the ball. It is not easy to grip the ball if you're a back of the arm spinner, but some people, as I said, Samuel Badri has done it brilliantly for West Indies in recent times. He's now moved on to doing broadcasting himself.
Sure.
But yes, it's been done before. The late great Shane Warne used to open the bowling sometimes, but he wasn't. Again, those guys, a little bit of a different class.
The late great Shane Warne. I know, Crafty, you join with all of us in the cricket fraternity to just express how crushed we were to have found out about the loss of that man. We saw him when we were working together in the Cricket All Stars tournament in 2015. We'll get back to this match in a second because there is a bit of a, in fact, a full toss almost going down the leg side. But before we get back to this match, talk about the impact that somebody like Shane Warne had, not just on the art of leg spinning, but just on cricket in general.
Oh, magnificent. Now, I have known him personally. I've done work with him broadcasting in other parts of the world. Very, very nice guy, tremendously good guy. And what you liked about Shane Warne, he was always intense in anything he did. I've met many cricketers like that. They play sport, but they play golf. They run. They might have horses. They might do whatever they like. In life, they're always competitive.
You mentioned how competitive he is and how intense he is. I remember in the cricket all star matches, his primary objective was make sure when he was talking to us in the production area, I'm trying to recreate something like I would see in Madras or in Bombay. I want the atmosphere. I want the environment. Anything you can do to pump in those artificial noises or to make sure that you get the environment the way you want it. Somebody just really, really intense. That intensity sometimes rub people the wrong way. I know you wouldn't care about that. More than anything else, just somebody who really had the best interest of cricket in top of his mind.
Well, intensity comes in a lot of different ways. There are people who are very laid back from the outside appearance, but they're seriously intense internally. Then there's some of us, like me, extroverts. I will tell you immediately what I think. I have time to waste. There are other people, but they have the same intensity.
Oh, a little bit of inconsistent bounce there. That one bounced off a good length. I was looking at the pitch from that end, and for the most part, it's a very there's void of grass, but there's one little patch of grass right on a good length in that area. That might have been where that ball hit. So Tony again into bowling in this occasion to Michael. Michael forward defensive and gets that out of the way. The overall score is three without loss. 2.4 overs. No, in fact, now three overs have been bowled. So, USA with a very sedate start, you would think that they'd have to take some time to see what the pitch is doing and be able to sort of get themselves in. So, for the most part, aircraft, a very quiet start for the US.
It's 45 overs. So first thing you got to remember, the first rule of limited overs cricket is that you must bat your full 45 overs. It don't matter how many runs you make, you must bat the full overs. Yeah, you might get 2 or 3 runs per over. You might get 4 or 5 runs per over, but you must bat. So maybe they're just making sure about how things are. Coming back to Shane Warne,
Yeah.
everybody remembers the first ball he bowled in England. Didn't play in the first Test match, second Test match, first ball he bowled at Old Trafford, and he had Mike Gatting bowled the ball that was pitched outside leg stump
Yep.
and hit the top of off stump.
Oh,
I was in England for that. I didn't go to the cricket game. I was in doing some aviation training
yeah.
at London Metropolitan University. So I remember it like if it was yesterday. That's a good ball just delivered there. Just about leg stump from the left arm spinner, just coming forward. Inside half of the bat, again, just out to the man at short leg, you know. And I think he's bowling a little bit straighter. That's nice. That's a quicker delivery. A little bit of extra bounce. Top of the bat goes out to Gully. Gully still, I think both Gully's a little bit too deep, especially for this bowler.
I think it's interesting that Prem Dionarine bowled his first over from around the wicket, angling it in and then having it straightened to the right handers. He's now chosen to go over the wickets. As a finger spinning left hander, you sort of take LBW out of the equation when you bowl over the wicket to a right hander, don't you?
But this pitch is bouncing so much that the only way you're going to get in the LBW is if you bowl a ball that is of a very full length. A very, very full length. So, and once you bowl short like that, as I was saying, there you go. That's outside of the circle. The short delivery that might just eke out into the boundary for four. It does because once you bowl short like that, there's nobody out at mid wicket. There's nobody in the square leg boundary. No protection out there. It's a free hit.
That would have been the primary concern. If I'm the man under the helmet at short leg, when I see a ball bowled at that length, is when I'm taking evasive action. So that would be the primary concern if I were going to be a fielder under the helmet close in. So, you know, Dion Ryan, from what I could see yesterday, is a very effective bowler. That's the first truly ordinary delivery I've seen him bowl. There's a flighted one, goes down the leg side and taken by the keeper. Now, Crafty, one of the rules in this tournament, let's not call it a rule, let's call it playing conditions. Ordinarily, in a limited over match, if the ball goes down the leg side, it's immediately signaled as wide. One of the conditions here is that unless it's an egregiously bad ball down the leg side, you're allowed a freebie in the over. Because
Well,
otherwise, these overs might last for 15 or 20 minutes each.
well, you got to also understand this is a special dispensation. These guys are all over 60 in this game.
Yes.
So there's no guarantee that the ball is going to go where you think it should go. I'm being very
That's a good
frank.
point.
It's happened to all of us.
Yep.
And that happened to me when I was playing for the West Indies when I was 20. So
Uh-huh.
when you're talking about 60, what are you going to do? But yes, I think it's just a special rule for this competition. I see nothing wrong with it. Everybody plays on the same rules. And once that is consistent, then there's no problems at all.
Sure. So 7 without loss is the score after 5 overs, 4 overs rather. And Tony continuing bowling from the southern end. Ooh, good line. Just teasing him with that line, maybe a fourth stump line. And notice here though, Crofty, the ball dying as it gets to the keeper.
It must die because I said the pitch has been well watered yesterday. It is still relatively damp this morning. So the bowling, once he puts the ball down in the right spot, the batsman is going to have to think like that. Again, the batsman allows that to go through. The bowler thought that he was, um, should have played, but that was a good delivery. It's a one-day game. Once the ball passes and there's no run, it's a good delivery. If you get a wicket with it, it's a bonus. But the fact of one-day cricket is to stop runs being scored.
That's an interesting distinction that you draw. I'm going to ask you a question about that in a minute, as this ball is very full and then defended back into the covers. Talk about the difference between bowling in terms of your length that you bowl as a bowler, particularly an opening bowler? The length that you bowl, for example, in a test match versus the length that you bowl in a match like this.
Tony is pitching the ball up. Now, sometimes you don't premeditate lengths and lines, you know. You play for the conditions, you play for the batsman. Some batsmen play better on the front foot, some batsmen play better on the back foot. So you would know that if you've done your homework internationally. Now, this is a little bit of a different thing. They may not have played against each other regularly, but if you played international cricket, you will know who's coming into bat. In my time, people like Greg Chappell, Ian Chappell. I saw two things happen in consecutive deliveries in Australia with the two Chappells and Andy Roberts. They both like to hook. However, neither of them liked the short ball, despite the fact that they hooked well. And Andy Roberts came in, and the first ball he bowled, for the first ball he bowled to Greg Chappell in a test
Hmm.
match. It's a bouncer.
Yep.
And he put it up, dabbed it to gully.
All
The
right.
first ball that Ian Chappell faced Andy Roberts was also a bouncer, caught at gully. You don't premeditate. You know who you're playing against,
Mhm.
and you test yourselves against them.
In the meantime, this full delivery from Tony goes down the leg side. Did he play that? Apparently, he did play that because the umpire did not signal buys or leg buys.
So he must have
So
played it.
he must have played it. Very thin inside edge, it looks like, and ran away. Let's call it a leg glance. Runs away for four. So the second four of the match thus far, and scoreboard will be updating, or scorecard rather, will be updating shortly. So now 11 without loss. 11 without loss after five. The batters are Michael, 4 from 17, and Vasant, 6 from 13. Scheduled for 45 overs here, Crofty. And the conditions right now are infinitely better than 24 hours ago right now.
24 hours ago, I thought it was in Alaska with a gale blowing. You know, all those glaciers would have moved with that wind we had yesterday. Well, of course, unfortunately, the Houston area had some severe thunderstorms and weather last week. So that might have been the remnants of it
Mhm.
because that weather actually went to Florida yesterday. It was very bad in Florida. So it might have been passing through the systems going from west to east.
And I'll tell you, as I mentioned to you, I was in Barbados last week, but the second to last day I was in Barbados, I got an alert on my phone saying that there was a tornado that hit close to my home in Austin, about 2 miles away from my home. So after getting home yesterday and driving and seeing the damage, it is amazing. Of course, hurricanes are bad, tornadoes are bad. The
They're all
difference
bad.
with the tornado is that you don't have a whole lot of advanced warning.
They're
So
all
we
bad.
had probably half an hour or so before we realized we had some really, really difficult weather ahead.
Yeah, they're all bad. We've got a new bowler operating now. This is Mr. Premish bowling from that, I suppose you could say the southern end. Um, that's the northern end, excuse me.
So Pramesh, right arm, looks like he's bowling seam. Not necessarily quick, but the first two balls that he's bowled have been on on the fourth stump line, which is where roughly where you want to be as an opening bowler or
If you can
somebody who's
control
bowling
it.
if you can control it.
Yes. I mean, yesterday I had problems controlling the ball because I was bowling over first. I tried to go around the wicket to tighten it up. Didn't work. It's called old age.
So
40 years ago, I may have done that probably. Not now.
very full, very full Yorker length, and the tentative approach here being taken by Vasant Patel, not necessarily able to get bat on ball. And one thing you've noticed there, Croft, is that again, the fielders are all inside the circle and looking to make sure that they put pressure on. So there's still that man at forward short leg. The ball goes down the leg side, but as I was just saying, the first one that goes down the leg side, the umpire is generally pretty lenient on. But it will be interesting to see at what point the batters find the appropriate time or they feel comfortable enough to start playing a few shots.
That was his one for the over, and not a wide. I have big problems with the ICC and that one for the over business. A guy runs in, he bowls a bouncer,
Hmm.
right? It goes over the top of the batsman's head.
Hmm.
So what is signaled? A wide,
Hmm.
correct? And then the umpire goes to the bowler and says that's one for the over.
Hmm.
But it doesn't exist. How could the ball exist? You
If
have
it's a
just
wide.
told me an extra ball has to be bowled. So the one I just bowled does not exist. It's stupid. How do you tell me it's one for the over, but the ball doesn't exist?
It's
Because
interesting.
it's a wide. And a
What?
wide is an extra run, which means I have to bowl an extra ball.
Right.
So the ball I just bowled does not exist. How the hell could it be one for the over? One what? I wrote a letter to the ICC ages ago about that. They didn't reply yet.
So, first of all, I
It's
remember you making that point.
stupidity.
I remember you making that point in North Carolina at the finals of the minor league tournament last year. Number two, as a bowler, let's assume for a second that you don't have that problem with that rule. How do you change your approach? Let's say you have a bowler or batter who you think you can intimidate with a short ball, but you've already bowled a bouncer. The umpire's already said that's one for the over. What's your next ball to that bowler? Do you still try to keep it maybe short of a length, as this is skied? Should be a simple catch. Oh,
They can be
went
dropped.
right in the hands of that fielder, short cover, right in and right out. But back to my question. Do you then change your approach and then maybe try to do something a little bit differently, given that you've been given that short ball or
Yeah,
that?
just a minute.
Mm,
The catch there just almost dropped. Now,
mhm,
the fielder was on there, and at the last moment he moved. Once you have to move like that at that last moment, almost always you're going to drop the catch. You already have to have your hands in position. The, from eye to hand is hold him. See? That's bold. That hit the top of the leg stump. That's a good delivery. Very, 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 very good delivery. Just short. It skidded on, if you notice. That was a little quicker,
mhm.
and that hit the top of the leg stump. Excellently bowled.
So you notice that he was given a life, and what he did with his life is play completely across the line to a straight ball.
So you asked you, you asked me a question here about short deliveries.
Yes.
When we played, initially there were no restrictions. I mean, you could bowl six bouncers. Once you got the strength and the power to do it, you'll do it. But bowling six bouncers don't make sense either because you're trying to get these guys out. Now, I
Hmm.
never played T20s internationally, but I
Hmm.
played ODIs and tests.
Right.
You're trying to do two things. You're trying to restrict the runs. You're trying to get the batsman out. You bowl six bouncers, you're wasting time.
Hmm.
It
And
must
energy.
be an energy, of course.
Hmm.
You're supposed to be using the bouncer as a surprise delivery. I gave you an example earlier on of
Roberts.
Robert bowling to the two chapels. This
Hmm.
is Adelaide, where they live. They know the pitch all the time. And two surprise bouncers. Each of them got out caught gully. Because they were caught, really caught. Um, the thing about bowling short is you're supposed to tuck the batsman up into his rib cage,
Hmm.
right? If you're going to be enjoying that kind of thing. Two fast bowlers that I've seen in the West used to do it around my time. Patrick Patterson a little bit after us.
Hmm.
He didn't bowl we would call rail bouncers. Patrick Patterson was fast, but he was effective by tucking the batsman up. Curtly Ambrose did the same thing. He's a little bit slower,
Hmm.
but very few batsmen in the world has ever scored big runs against Curtly Ambrose with free flowing batsmen. In other words, he never gave away 4 and 5 runs per over because
Hmm.
it's the length that they bowl them. They tuck the batsman up. It's not full fledged bouncers, but it's not half volleys. It's somewhere in the middle of those.
Right. That's interesting because if you have the pace of a Colin Croft or a
Well,
Michael
and
Holding,
that's a good point. Let me just
mm,
tell you
yeah,
the pace changes the length,
sure, of course.
right?
Hmm.
If you're bowling as fast as Holding,
Hmm.
you know, then you could pitch the ball up maybe a little bit more,
Hmm.
right? If you're bowling as fast as Ambrose, who was appreciably slower, then he
And
can't pitch the ball up that length. It can be a half volley.
yep,
It can be hit everywhere.
yep.
So the speed of the bowler, maybe the height of the bowler, maybe the batsman, a lot of variables come in to how you deliver.
Hmm. In the meantime, we have a new batter to the crease. The batter is Sunil Narkar. You'll say is 12 for 1, having lost Vasant Patel, having missed, given a life from a ball that was skied into the covers and dropped. The very next ball, he was out bowled. That moved a little bit off the seam, it looks like, and still went for a wide. So 13 for 1 is now the score. We're in the seventh over. Sunil, who is a new batter, is brand new. He's faced now two balls. Michael Griffith is the other batter. He is 5 from 19 balls. And this is stroked into the covers for no run. The bowler is Tony. Tony, who really is looking relatively effective, even though he did have a couple of just that wide, one wide in this last over. So that represents the end of the over at the end of 8 and the 7. Score is 13 for 1.
Well, they're starting to make some runs. They've lost a wicket. The pitch seems to be drying out a little bit. The ball seems to be coming on a little bit more. Um, but again, it's still stopping. The uncertainty is about not so much the pace, but the bounce of the pitch. And if you don't know that the ball is going to come at a certain level or at a certain pace and go down or a certain pace and go up, then you're a little bit confused as a batsman. So I don't have a problem with the maybe being careful, of the batting team to see how this evolves.
It's really interesting how the bowler coming back from the northern end, believe that would be, is it Basant? No, Hafiz. We'll get the name of the bowler here shortly, as the scoreboard is not yet updated. But massively pulled. That is the first ball, the first shot has been played in anger. Pulled massively, wide up mid on. Nobody out there in the deep crowd. 4 runs.
Well, the bowler stands up there, and he looks at the batsman. He bowl a long hop.
There's
So,
nobody to look at but himself.
I mean, not so much Clive Lloyd. He would just glare at you from second slip. But Viv Richard will ask exactly what you standing up there doing. Get back to your mark. What are you doing? What are you looking at the batsman for? Your ball a long hop. Get back and let's go, man. I used to that you gotta like those guys. Brilliant, brilliant. You know. So no, you see, the playing with the West Indies was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
What you stand up looking at the batsman for? You ball a long hop. You should have hit you for six instead of a four. Oh, we've all done it. So what are you gonna do?
So now look, Crofty, it's not often that we have the presence of somebody of your stature. So
I'm
there's a
six
couple
feet
of
six,
6'6",
235
and you
pounds.
look every bit that
I'm
of the
six
player
foot
of
six.
6'6".
I'm 70 years old. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
But a couple of questions that people have wanted to know. One of the questions is this, and you can take as much time as you want to answer this. Name 3 batters who you thought could face your bowling, could handle your bowling effectively, so much so that maybe you weren't as comfortable bowling to them as you were to everybody else.
One name come only. Well, maybe two names come to mind.
All
Maybe
right.
three.
All right.
Test won the internationals. Alan Border,
Border. Okay.
middle order batsman, eventual captain of Australia. Brilliant, brilliant. Uh, left arm batsman. John Wright
All right.
from New
Okay.
Zealand.
Okay.
Very difficult batsman to get out.
Okay.
Very difficult batsman because you had to bowl straight. They never played too much outside off stump, right? Especially John Wright as an opener.
So he waited for you to come to him.
He knew exactly where his leg stump. Sorry, off stump was. Um, David Gower was a little bit more of a slasher, you know, and playing up for the camera. There weren't any cameras then, but David Gower nowadays would have been magnificent
Right.
because IPL and stuff. He would have been really fantastic. But he was the same guy. But if you notice, they're all left-handers,
I was about to say,
right?
you named 3 left-handers.
Yeah,
So is
left-handers
there
have
something
always
about
been
bowling to
difficult.
left-handers that's harder for you than right-handers?
For me personally,
Yeah.
um, no, I've gotten them both out.
Yeah.
But if I were to be honest,
Yeah.
I would say my first thought is that maybe for 55% of the time, a left-hand is harder to get out than a right-hander for me. So it's 55-45. It
Okay.
wasn't equal. Now the ball I played with, who was excellent at bowling to left-handers, was Joe Garner.
Right.
Absolutely excellent because he bowled so close to the return set of wickets that he used to do that. So
So when you bowl to a left-hander, so primarily you bowled over the wicket, right? You were relatively
it
wide of the
depends.
crease.
Again, it's bowling dynamics. You know, there's some bowlers who like to bowl around the wicket. I did both.
Yeah.
Have you noticed Michael Holding, for all his greatness, didn't bowl too much around the wicket?
I don't think I've ever seen a bowler.
I have, but because of again his closeness to the off stump or the non-striker's end,
Right.
he didn't need to go around the wicket. He was close enough. For me, I was so wide. Going
Right.
around the wicket changed the angle 15
Completely.
degrees.
Exactly.
You know, for him it would have maybe changed the angle 5 degrees if so
Right.
much.
Right. Right.
It's a difference, but not that much of a difference.
That's interesting. So
Bowling dynamics is called um, biomechanics. We knew biomechanics before the word was invented.
So I'll get back to the question in a minute. Just to update where we are right now, 24 for one is the score after 8 overs. U.S. is finding maybe
They're getting some rhythm.
they're getting some
They're
rhythm,
getting some rhythm. They're
settling
hitting a
down
couple
a
of
little bit.
boundaries,
The runs are coming a little bit
and the
easier.
pitch is doing a little better too.
Exactly.
So they're getting a little bit of rhythm.
Well, and so in the meantime, we're going back to Tony. Tony, right arm over. Now it appears now, Crafted, that the seam, or sorry, the bounce from this end is a little bit more consistent. And so it really does appear that the pitch is calming down. You're not quite seeing the inconsistent bounce that you saw in the first couple of overs.
Correct. It means that it's drying out a little bit. It's gonna become a little bit better for batting.
That's interesting. So, ooh, look at that piece of fielding. Now, most of these guys cropped to, in fact, everybody in this match is 60 and above. A couple of the players are above 70. So to be able
Well,
to
it's
see
an achievement just to get down.
completely,
But
to get down and
not
stop
only an
it, good enough.
achievement, it also shows the determination.
Hmm.
So yeah, you gotta applaud the effort.
You really do have to applaud the effort. And one thing that I also have to mention, when I played here in the Houston Cricket League and I played a 40 over match,
You actually play.
believe it or not,
Boy,
I
friction
played.
must be
The-
really going
the-
down with you. I wouldn't
they,
even say
just,
that the animal is worse than that.
they,
Brian,
they,
you play?
they just let anybody
Okay.
run in and ball in this
What can
league.
I tell you?
But it took me 2 or 3 days to recover from a 40 over match. These guys are, maybe twice the age that I was back then, and they're playing 2 consecutive days, 45 over matches.
Yeah, well, good job. It depends on your enthusiasm, elasticity, your, you know, but it's mostly for, especially for the over 50s and over 60s too,
Hmm.
enthusiasm, right? Okay, maybe, they're in pain and all the rest of that, but,
Right.
this is a big tournament for everybody here. So, yes, I would think that they all will do the best that they can. It's as simple as that. I mean, nobody here is as fit as they were 40 years ago.
Oh, sure,
You
sure.
know, what you do the best you can.
So in the meantime, 28 for one as that last ball was clipped down the leg side for four. Tony coming in again, and another good delivery right on that off that fourth stump line. And again, Crofty, that carry is a little bit better, a little bit more consistent. So Tony appears to be the type of bowler who can get the ball in that right spot, get it firing, fizzing through to the keeper.
At least it's going through. So that's good.
Next delivery, stroked right down to that man at short mid off. That should be the end of the ninth over. In fact, it is the end of the ninth over. So after nine, 28 for one is the score for the U.S. The batters are Sunil, Sunil Narkar, 7 from 11, and Mike Griffith, 12 from 22. Again, the USA winning the toss and choosing to have a bat this morning raised maybe an eyebrow or two because I think it's pretty generally accepted that it's easier to bat second given the conditions here in the Prairie View area.
It's nice today though. No wind, no wind to really talk about. Yesterday it was extremely windy and extremely cold.
Yep.
It's warmer today. A better day for cricket, of course.
Sure.
But if you played cricket in England and even parts of Australia and South Africa, you would know, you know, that it is quite cold in those places sometimes. Melbourne is extremely cold. Um, Sometimes places like Port Elizabeth are also cold. But yesterday was a little bit chilly and windy. Today is a little bit better.
So one question for you, Crofty.
I'm sure they can be coming all the next
This
10
one is
days.
actually coming from me. This one is coming from me. Several pitches, several pictures or pitches throughout the Caribbean. Each one sort of has its own characterization. Whoa, look at that! A short ball played about a week too early. That one sat up, Crofty.
It hit his body and
Absolutely.
then dropped to the top of the off stump.
Yeah, completely.
It
So
hit his body, then dropped on the top of off
he
stump.
will not be happy with that mode of dismissal.
So,
It really was
yeah,
a
that
long
was
hop that should have been put away again.
correct, but he missed.
Hmm.
And because he missed, um, the ball dropped on top of his off stump. So that's connected as being bold,
Sure.
but he affected the batsman affected that dismissal by mistiming the ball. The ball was way after his bat. His position of body spun around. The ball hit his hip, right
Hmm.
hip, then dropped onto the off stump.
And so that is Mike Griffith, the batter, who departs. So the USA now
28 for
28
two.
for two. Two down. Incoming batter is Adam G. Haroon. Adam G. Haroon, dour, solid, right-handed batter, I believe. And and yeah, in looking at the reaction of Mike as he's coming in, I think he's confirming what you just said. It stood up just a little bit, and then he mistimed it,
The
came off his
timing was
body and
wrong.
onto the
That's
stumps.
correct. The timing was wrong.
So the question I was asking you, Crafty, several pitches all over the Caribbean. You can say maybe the quicker ones would have been Barbados or Sabina
The quickest pitch I've ever played
in the
in the
Caribbean.
Caribbean in
Hmm.
my life
Yeah,
was in Montserrat,
Montserrat. Interesting.
1977.
So we're not playing Test cricket in
He
Montserrat,
never played Test
right?
cricket. I was playing for Guyana versus Combined Islands.
Hmm.
Ever played in the Caribbean, Montserrat.
Sure.
Fantastic. Test cricket, Sabina Park.
Hmm.
The thing with Sabina Park, it used to have this
The
gloss.
sheen.
And the
Yep.
ball used to, I mean, shit, to flick off the surface.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Hmm.
But the bounce was consistent, so batsmen will get runs if they stayed in.
Hmm.
If you could play and stay in an hour, you get 100. But it was good for bowling. The truth be told, all of the pitches, you're right, in the 70s, 80s, even up to the 90s,
Hmm.
had um, very different characteristics. You knew when you went to Trinidad and Tobago, the ball would stay a little bit lower and the spinners would have a good time.
Hmm.
You go to Barbados, the bounce would be, you know, the bounce would be a little bit more steepling.
Yep.
The ball would come onto you, but the batsman would make runs too if they stick around.
Sure.
Antigua and Barbados used to be um, the recreation ground in
Hmm.
those days. So the recreation ground also had a consistent bounce. It didn't have a lot of pace, but
Hmm.
consistent bounce. And then before Guyana got the new stadium,
Hmm.
it used to play border,
Yep.
which was really good for batting, but it also allowed the bowler, if you worked hard, to get wickets. So everybody had their own characteristics.
Sure. So my follow-up question to that is, if you are one of the young, let's call them medium pacers who are in the team right now, what does it mean to you to come in and attempt to bowl a bouncer? The ball pitches halfway down, and then the keeper is still collecting the ball down by his knees.
That's all
What
right.
what
It
is that?
happened to me, and I bowled at 97 miles per hour. It
This is
happened
true.
to her. The concept of the spectator of a bowler and where the wicketkeeper is, it
Hmm.
changes all the time. You could ask any wicketkeeper.
Hmm.
Sometimes they stand a little bit further back.
Hmm.
Sometimes, based on conditions, you stand a little bit further in,
Hmm.
a little bit wider. I've played with three very, very good wicket keepers: Derek Murray, David Murray, Jeffrey Dujon.
Hmm.
Spectacular wicket keepers in their own right, all of them.
Sure.
But they all stood in different places because wicket keepers are like anybody else. When you sit in your car in the morning, your car has a certain seat setting. Tomorrow morning, you might not want to sit like that. You might feel uncomfortable
Yeah.
tomorrow morning,
Right.
even though you've set it yesterday, right? Every day I go into my car, I set the seats
Hmm.
because I may have on a different set of clothes. It might fit differently. It's a little tighter, so I can't fit into this. You adjust. So
Right.
it's the same thing as wicket keeping, you know.
Now, you mentioned Derek Murray. If you're watching professional baseball, right, there's constant communication, in fact, actual communication before each pitch with the
The pitcher
catcher
and the
and the
catcher.
pitcher, and the
Correct.
catcher is giving his signs and
Yeah,
so on.
yeah.
It's not that explicit in cricket, but what's the communication like between you and the keeper as you go through
Well,
and
it's
over?
explicit if you know what to look for.
All right, talk to me.
The wicket keepers and the bowlers talk all the time.
Okay.
There might be signs. There might even be conversations.
Yeah.
Conversations go on. Well, when we played, some of the conversations were not printable. But
Sure.
nowadays, because of all the
Stop, Mike's will pick it up
but
now.
they go on. So nowadays, it's a little bit less, should we say, virile. The competitions are a little bit different and
Right,
they're
right,
smoother.
right.
But yes, they talk all the time. They talk all the time. You know, um, all of the three wicket keepers I just mentioned to you,
Hmm.
new bowler,
The bowler is Tej
Taylor
Narayan.
Ryan, yeah, the captain is no,
Tej Narayan. So
yeah.
back
All
to
the wicket keepers
go ahead.
talk to the bowlers,
Hmm.
right, in different ways. They may not say much. They may say a little bit more,
Hmm.
but they have to communicate to the bowlers. The bowlers will tell the wicket keeper, "You're a little bit too close because I feel good today. I might bowl faster."
Yeah.
And remember, a lot of what the catching positions do in cricket take their guidance from the wicket keeper, right? Take their guidance.
Oh, he's out. Wow. Get back to you on that for a second, Crofty.
Spectacular, isn't it?
Now let's see
A
what just
misfield
happened.
at mid on,
What
and
is the oldest rule in cricket? Never run on a misfield. Well, maybe not the oldest rule, but one of the rules.
well, you use the word "all" in the wrong place.
All right, all right.
The rule is that you shouldn't run on a misfield.
Yeah.
These are older guys. So I think it'll be easy to get to that other end. So it's two considerations you
Sure,
have there.
sure,
The
sure.
first rule and
And,
knowing your limitations. And I'm being very honest.
but realize what just happened though. The ball was hit right back to the bowler. He turned and flipped the ball to try to run out the non-striker. At the time that the ball passed the stumps, it was at that time the batters decided to try to take a run.
So there you go.
And
There you go.
bad idea.
The batsman will tell you the worst dismissal you could get is run
Oh
out.
no, no question, no
Run out if
question.
you get bowled or you get
Yeah,
caught somewhere, you could say I made a mistake.
right.
I'll get run out. Why?
So you gave them the wicket.
How do you
You literally
explain
gave
that?
them the wicket.
That's right. Run out is the worst thing to get into in any
Hmm.
cricket, test, one day internationals, anything.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So there you go.
Well, the
That's your interpretation. A good throw.
My,
It was a bad run.
uh, I believe in two things. Now I believe in three things.
what's that?
A bad shot, you are out.
Right?
Good ball, you are out.
Uh-huh. And a bad
Bad
throw.
running,
Bad
you
run,
are out.
yes. That would probably qualify. So, so Crafty, we haven't spent a lot of time talking about this match because,
Yeah,
frankly, it's
it's doing well. It's doing well. I mean, 29 for three. We are in over number.
11.
Yes, number
Hmm.
11. So we're gonna go to 45 overs. You would expect at 29 to three, about 3 runs per over. There, about 2 5 to 3. 45. If you could get 115, 120, 130, that would not be a bad score.
it would not be a bad score at all. I would think that
You try to
towards
get at least 100.
right. Well, I think 100 would be the hardest part of this match would have been the first 5 to 6 overs.
Well, not
So
necessarily. We haven't seen all of the bowlers.
this is true.
See, yesterday, first day of the test match in Grenada,
Oh, good.
the West Indies had England
67 for 6.
less than 100 for 8,
Yeah.
just over 100 for 9. I
Mhm.
think it was 113 for 9.
Mhm.
I don't have the scoreboard in front of me,
Mhm.
but I think it was 80 something for 8 and
And then certainly
113,
won 14
119
for
for
9. I
9,
think it was
something
right.
like that.
Mhm.
And England made over 200.
204.
That now look at everything in the right perspective. If
Mhm.
you're bowling first,
Mhm.
if you won the toss and
Mhm.
you bowled first, and you bowled the opposition for just over 200 on the first day,
You'd probably take
you
that.
will take it. You would have said to yourself,
Yes.
"I've done a very good job."
Right.
But if you have that
But
same team, 90 for 8 and 110 for 9,
with Stokes, Root,
right?
Bairstow all
Everybody's
out.
gone,
Mhm.
and they get to 200.
Yeah, that's
Then you got to
demoralizing.
consider. Now, this is not, I hear some of the guys here this tournament yesterday were querying it. It happens all the time.
Mhm.
My first test match, it happened.
Yeah.
West Indies made up approximately 425. Pakistan made approximately 425 in the first innings. And we had them, I think, 116 for 8. And right, so the lead was not 150. Wasim Raja and Wasim Bari put on 117 for the
For the
last
last
wicket.
wicket.
And suddenly the West Indies got to get about 230 to win.
Mhm.
And we didn't get it. We should have lost that test match. It ended up with Andy Roberts and me saving the game.
Wow.
At one stage, West Indies were, I think, 113 for 1, looking for about 250. I mean,
Yeah.
somebody could do it, I'm sure, to
Sure.
check
Sure.
it.
Sure.
Right? The numbers are not correct, but the last innings we had to get approximately less than 250,
Yeah.
or maybe 250. With a lot of batting, we were 100 and something for 1. Or that ought not to have happened
Yeah.
if we had gotten Wazim Barry or Wazim Raja out before they got to that 100 and something run partnership for the 10th wicket.
Mhm.
The irony of that is the day before, because remember in those days we used to have um, a rest day.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
On the rest day, Wazim Barry was saved from drowning.
Wow.
I think it's Rockley Beach in Barbados.
Barbados. Really?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the lifeguards saved him, and this next
Wow.
day he came in late in the afternoon,
Yeah.
and between him and Wazim Raja, that was the fourth day coming back from the rest day, put on 117 run or something for the last wicket.
Amazing.
Fact. So at the end of it, instead of West Indies having to make maybe 150 to win the game, we had
230.
250
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
win.
Yeah.
And it ended up with Robertson and myself saving the game. It happens all the time. So when you hear people say, but it happened yesterday, what happened to the rest? It happened when we were big superstars too. It happens.
Let me ask
Shane
you
Warne
this.
made up. Shane Warne, the same guy we were talking about earlier on.
Yep.
Shane Warne has 4 innings in or 3 innings of 99.
Mhm.
Batting at number where? 9, 10. There you go.
Yeah.
Now, if he bats at number 8, 9, 10, and gets 99, it
Yeah.
means
I
that
should tell
somebody
you.
else is saying something's
Yeah.
wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
Take us back 40, 45 years. You
Oh
just
boy.
mentioned your first test match.
Can't remember so long ago, but
Tell me about the feeling that you get when you get the call or the letter or the telegram from the selectors that says,
we didn't go through all of that.
all right, what was the process?
The whole thing of West Indies cricket in 1976,
Hmm.
77, you got to go back a little bit before that. 1975, 76, when the West Indies were in Australia.
All right, yep.
West
Five
Indies
one,
were badly beaten,
5-1.
5-1.
Yep.
They won the first test match and then lost the next five
Hmm.
in a row.
Hmm.
You know, Lily, Thompson, Gilmore, and Walker
Yep.
destroyed West Indies. On that tour, excuse me, every West Indian batsman got 100.
I did not know that.
They just didn't get it together.
Hmm.
Lloyd, Kadicharan, Bechan, Greenwich, Fredericks, Richard, everybody got 100.
Hmm.
but they still lost 5 Test matches
Yeah.
because there was no consistency. So the West Indies didn't fail;
Right.
they just didn't beat Australia. But so coming out of that tour,
Mhm.
two things happened. That was Mikey Holding's first tour.
Mhm.
That was Andy Roberts' third tour, I think, after playing in India and England. No, that might have been even Andy Roberts' second tour. But the
Okay.
point I'm making is Clive Lloyd decided, after seeing that model,
Mhm.
Australia, 4 fast bowlers and 2 spinners.
Mhm.
They played 2 spinners in that team. So it's Lily, Thompson, Gilmore, Walker.
Walker.
The four of them, between them, could give you 80 runs as batsmen.
Mm.
Because Lily could bat. Um, Gary Gilmore was an all-rounder. Then they played Ashley Mannett as an off
Mhm.
spinner,
Mhm.
and they sometimes played Terry Jenner as a leg spinner.
Mhm.
So um, they had people like Doug Walters, Ian Chappell, Rick McCosker, Ross Edwards, those kind of guys into the top. So they played with five and on Marsh.
Yeah.
So they had 5 batsmen and 5 bowlers. That was the model that the West Indies cultivated.
Mhm.
You see, we had bowling Roberts, Garner, Croft, Marshall, Clark, whoever four you want to
I
combine.
was that was going to be my next question, but
And
we'll get back
then
to that.
we also we didn't have a full-fledged spinner. We played a couple of spinners a couple of times.
Mhm.
We had people like Derek Parry, Ranji Nandan. Um,
Harper later on.
well, Harper came with Walsh and Ambrose and those.
Mhm.
He came after me
Mhm.
and Roberts. But it's the same concept. They were playing with 4 fast bowlers and a
Yeah.
spinner,
Yeah.
sometimes 2 spinners. Viv was our spinner,
Mhm.
right? Sometimes Kalicharan. They weren't what you might call full-fledged spinners, but
Sure.
they got the odd wicket, the important wicket.
Sure.
It's not know about it. It's not about the bowling. It's about the bowlers. You could pick 4 fast bowlers anywhere, if they can get wickets. And everybody says, "Oh, the West Indies model with 4 fast bowlers."
Yeah.
Well, they got 4 fast bowlers now, and they have 4 fast bowlers 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It depends on not the bowling, but the
Bowler.
bowlers. You know,
You just mentioned a
Australia
couple
got
names.
4 fast bowlers right now,
Mhm.
right? And they still play with a spinner. They play with a full-fledged spinner and
Lion.
2 other people
Mhm.
who could bowl spin,
Mhm.
who are batsmen. So the model is not new; it's standard behavior.
So you mentioned a couple names just now that when people think about the West Indian teams from the 70s, they don't normally come to mind. Sylvester Clark being one. So
No,
at the
we
time
were
we
lucky.
had,
We
yeah,
were
with
seriously fortunate.
10 solid fast bowlers
No,
at
no,
one
no.
time.
More than that, the whole team was,
Yeah.
it's what now 32 for 3 here. Over number 13 completed.
Yep.
Yes. The whole West Indies team in the 70s. It was a fortunate thing. They had about 5 opening batsmen who could have played for the West Indies at the
Yep.
time.
Hmm.
When I started with Fredericks and Greenwich,
Hmm.
right? But just before that, they had Stephen Camash, um, Greenwich from Barbados.
Hmm.
Uh, Fred Matter had 2 Greenwiches from Barbados before
Jeffrey.
Gordon. That's
Jeffrey.
right, Jeffrey before Gordon Greenwich.
Hmm.
That's what I'm saying. You know.
Ooh.
Then that was the opening batsman alone. We
Hmm.
had maybe 4 wicket keepers to pick one. You had Derek Murray, David Murray,
Hmm.
Jeffrey Dujon was just coming through.
Hmm.
Um, Michael Finlay was still playing.
Hmm.
Um, Milton Paidana was playing for Guyana.
Adana, yeah.
So, you see what I'm saying? They had about 4 wicket keepers to pick one.
Hmm.
The standards were quite high, right? The batting, well, they had more batsmen than they had bowlers. We had about 26 batsmen who could have been picked for the West Indies. Some of them never played for the West Indies.
Hmm.
Some of them never played at all. So we were fortunate for the timing of the cricketers. Remember, everybody was evolving, you know. In the 70s, 60s, and 70s, all the countries in the Caribbean were getting independence.
Right.
So everybody's feeling their oats, as they say. They want to prove to the rest of the world that we good. These small islands, Barbados 250,000, Guyana 600,000, Trinidad and Tobago 1.5 million, Jamaica 2.5 million, and so on. So we weren't big. So
Sure.
coming out of it, everybody got independence in the 60s or early 70s. And everybody just tried it. But we were fortunate. We had a group of cricketers who had a very, very high standard, aided and abetted
Hmm.
by the fact that most of them played county cricket,
Interesting. Okay.
right? Aided and abetted. They learned cricket in England, learned how to play cricket for long periods of time. My first county season in 1977, I played 18 first class games. There were 19 counties. So you played the two universities,
Hmm.
you played an MCC game, and then you played against every other county outside of where you're playing for Lancashire.
Sure.
So you're playing Hampshire and Warwickshire and Surrey and Sussex and everybody at Kent, whatever they got, Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Point I'm making here is that you learn to play on different surfaces, different conditions, and to get your body into the levels of playing at that higher level. You could, and Andy Roberts makes the point. You see, you could bowl in nets forever. You can't get fit to bowl. You could bowl in the nets every afternoon for 2 hours. You will never get fit to bowl. You got to bowl in matches when the pressure is up, when the tension is high, and that's when it becomes different. So it's a different thing. We had batsmen. I could call about 6, 8 of them who never played for the West Indies, who ought to have played in that time.
There's a question for you. Of
But wait,
all
the
the
good
ones
luck to
who
the
could have,
bowlers.
uh-huh.
And then we had about 9 or 10 fast bowlers alone.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the spinners. Fast bowlers alone who could have played in the West Indies. Those that are established.
Hmm.
Van Bundholder was just finishing, but he had
Hmm.
Holding, Roberts, Garner, Croft, Wayne Daniel,
Marshall.
who had come before.
Daniel.
Wayne Daniel came
Hmm.
in England 1976. Remember, this is Lloyd bringing out from the
Sure.
model of Australia,
Hmm.
right? Um, Marshall, Sylvester Clark, um, Norbert Phillip, Grayson Shillingford was just finishing. But what I'm saying, those guys were still there around. So they had about 7 or 8. Van Bundholder was still playing.
Hmm.
So the transition to the four fast bowlers it wasn't gradual. It was just it was there because of the Australian
It's really interesting. So,
Lovely shot.
42 for three. 42 for three, and we are into the
Right in your
15th over.
slot.
So,
Yeah,
in another four
it was
balls.
it was the Australian model.
Yeah.
That's all that West Indies did.
Yeah.
We became better than it's like Van Gogh or Mozart. Mozart's father
Yeah.
taught the music.
Yeah.
Mozart's father is the one who taught the music.
Yeah.
And he said, I have made a genius. And then Mozart's father was not good enough to interpret his son's music.
Yeah.
It's way beyond him.
Right.
But his father was a very good musician too.
Student has become a teacher.
Correct. Well, that's the same thing that happened to West Indies cricket in the 70s and 80s.
Yep.
The model is not new. The first body line set
Shot,
of bowling
shot.
was England going to Australia
The 30s.
with Bill Vos
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Larwood
Hmm.
and those kind of people. They had a four-pronged attack too.
Right.
Nothing is new. Nothing is new. All
So,
that we did is perfected the four fast bowlers thing.
so if I'm not mistaken, there's two balls left before the end of the power play, and a quick break, I would think, for maybe 5 minutes. So, what are you expecting to see in the second power play and for the rest of this
43
match?
for 3. They've lost more wickets than I think they would have wanted to.
Hmm.
43 for no loss or 43 for 1
Right.
after 15 overs. That's 3 runs, just over
Good
3 runs
platform.
per over. That's not bad.
Hmm.
You know, you could probably try to get it up to 4 in the second segment of 15 overs.
Hmm.
So this is not bad. It's just they will have lost perhaps a wicket or two too many.
Hmm. Well, I believe believe that is or signifies the end of the first power play, and that yes, it looks like everybody's walking off to
So
have a
it's
quick drink.
44 for three. Not bad. For just about 3 runs full over.
44 for three. So let's take a quick break, Crafty. Great having you here, and
Oh,
let's
I'm going to be here for the whole day. We're going to go through all sorts of magic of cricket West Indies. And,
absolutely,
you know,
absolutely. So we'll talk again shortly.
yes, sir.
Back live here at Prairie View. I happen to be in my final spell of the week, Crofty. Because
Well,
after this, I have to be.
final spell of the week. You had a full spell yesterday.
I
You
did
worked
have a
all
full
day.
spell. Oh, yeah.
So
Came off the long run the entire time.
why? You know, when I had to play for Guyana,
Yeah,
I was off the wrong run, but I never bowled all the balls quickly
yeah,
because I used to know that I can be bowling between 50 and 70 overs in the whole game.
right.
So how am I going to bowl 70 overs at the same
At high
pace?
pace,
You
right?
crazy? I've opened bowling for Guyana with maybe 30, 27, 30 people, you know.
Yeah.
Clement Neblet, Mark Harper, some fast bowlers, Ray Joseph, Kit Cameron, Sidney Matthews. But you know what I'm saying is a lot of people like bowl fast with. But I knew at the end of 4 days, I will have bowled somewhere between 40 and 70 overs. You really think I could bowl 70 overs at top speed? That don't make no sense.
Well, in the context of this game, and we spoke a little bit earlier about the fact that you might expect to see, you know, accelerate to maybe 4 runs and over in the second power play, and then maybe hopefully up to about 5 runs and over in the third power play.
But
So,
the balance has got to be very careful.
mhm,
You don't want to lose wickets because the best way of defending in one day cricket is to get people out.
mhm,
You could defend and say nobody's out 10 overs, 28 for no loss.
right, that's perfectly fine.
But I would prefer 10 overs, 48 for 4.
Yes,
They've got more runs, but I got more wickets.
mhm,
So 28 for no loss for me equates to about 48 for 4 with 10 overs bowled. You see what I'm saying?
completely.
Wickets mean the team batting got to now readjust. So a 28 for no loss after 10, under normal circumstances, they could get 250. At
Mhm.
48 for 4, they ain't going to get to 250 if you bowl well.
Right, right.
See, there you go.
So, as I was saying, because this is going to be my last spell, a couple of last questions.
Go ahead. I don't know the lottery numbers.
Okay, okay, then cross that one off the list. Next question somebody asked. Name, and maybe you can just take, let's take the top three teams that you played against internationally. Name one remarkable player for each country and why.
The best player that the best player that probably played against us for
Hmm.
New Zealand. Let's start there.
All right.
Richard Hadley
Okay.
and John Wright.
Okay.
There were two brothers. John Parker was also one of the premier batsmen. Um, but the Richard Hadley and John Wright
Hmm.
for me,
Sure.
were what I would have called the premier batsmen for New Zealand at the time.
Okay. Go to England.
England, a lot of them, Boycott, Gower, Gooch. They're the usual suspects, you know.
Hmm.
So you want to three, Boycott, Gower, Gooch. There's a guy who turned an umpire called Peter Willie.
Yep.
Made a lot of runs against the West Indies, but
Hmm.
he only made runs against fast bowling. The teams that bowled slower, he couldn't get runs.
He was the original Chandapur, right? So he was almost looking like he was facing
Yeah,
square
but
leg with his
he was
batsman.
comfortable.
Yeah.
But he got 100 against us in the first test match ever played in that team. The best, one of the best hunters ever played against the West Indies
Hmm.
ever. Remember, I think he made 102 or something like
Sure.
that.
Gave him.
LBW.
Boy.
That's out LBW.
Very slow around the wicket as a right hander.
Yes, but he would have hit
Trapped him on the back foot.
it would have hit the leg stump because
Hmm.
he did not come forward. He
Completely.
stood he stood on the crease and did not come forward. Had he
Hmm.
come forward, he might have hit the ball.
Correct.
But having missed it, he's standing in front of a leg stump,
So you go forward, you create doubts in the mind of the umpire
and you create
because
doubt, and you probably will get to the ball too.
yes, exactly.
So
Right.
there's no doubt you might hit
So
the ball.
that's the primary reason to come forward. You're trying to
That's
hit the
right.
ball.
To hit
You're
the
not
ball.
you're not coming forward just to create doubt for the
That
umpire.
is correct. I don't
You're
think
actually
about the
coming forward.
umpire. If you're a batting, I mean, I was never batsman. But the
Yeah.
way I learned the bat is
Sure.
if you go forward, you got better chances of hitting the ball than
Hmm.
going backwards.
Yes.
It's one third of a second from the bowler to the batsman. So from the ball pitching to the batsman
Hmm.
is probably one ninth of a second.
Hmm.
Now, if I'm back, I can't then go forward. So I might as well go forward.
Right.
And even if it's short, at least I'm already forward.
Hmm.
So I don't have to adjust. So it's a long hop. I'm on my front foot.
Yep.
So I'm safe. At least I can get out.
Right.
But once you go back, you can't come forward.
Yep.
You got one ninth of a second for that very short distance.
Completely. So
Um,
back to.
Pakistan,
Hmm.
Majid Khan.
Okay.
The time I played, Majid Khan was in Raja. Zaire Abbas was good, but he didn't make a lot of runs against us.
Okay.
But spectacularly, Mushtaq Mohammed,
Hmm.
tremendous all-round cricketer.
Hmm.
But Imran Khan, magnificent all-round
Sure.
cricketer. I was telling the guys yesterday in the fast bowling annals of sport, everybody talks about the West Indies fast bowlers, right?
Hmm.
But the fastest bowler ever timed in our time in the analog, which is plus five as opposed to digital, you know that,
Hmm.
was Jeff Thompson at 102 miles per hour. Jeff Thompson at 102 miles per hour. Then you had um, Mikey Holding at 99 miles per hour.
Hmm.
Remember, you have to adjust that down for digital. So that's
Hmm.
about 99 is probably 93, 94. Like the boys do these days. And then the next demarcation was Colin Crawford and Imran Khan at 97 miles per hour. Minus 5 is about 91, 92.
Hmm.
And a lot of people didn't understand that Imran Khan bowled quickly. He was a fast
Sure.
bowler.
Sure.
The first tour that Imran Khan played was in the West Indies in 1977. Like us, he just started learning his cricket. He's a young TRA fast bowler.
Hmm.
What he learned afterwards is how to adjust his cricket, like
Hmm.
Malcolm Marshall did.
Yep.
You bowl fast, you get a couple of wickets. If conducive for speed, you keep going.
Hmm.
But if it is not conducive for speed and connections and jumping batsmen all over, then you cut back and you line and length, you try to get
Cut.
the batsman out in a different way.
Hmm.
Ingram can learn that very quickly.
Hmm.
Wasim Akram,
Yep.
left arm, um, seamer, did the
Hmm.
same thing. He was fast when he wanted to be.
Hmm.
But you could go back a little bit further. Garfield Sobers was like that.
Sure.
Garfield Sobers, and this is Tanai and Gibbs and Seymour Nurse
Hmm.
and Fredericks. They used to say that for the first 3 or 4 overs, Garfield Sobers could be as fast as Wes Hall, but there was no sustaining that.
Hmm.
For 3 overs, Sobers used to bowl real sharp. But no matter, I remember seeing something when the first test match I went to, West Indies versus Australia, 1965 at Border. First time I've gone to Border.
Okay.
1965 I'm 11. What am I saying? I am just going to become 12. I
Hmm.
wasn't 12 yet.
Hmm.
So West Indies playing against
Oh,
called
good
out.
catch.
Good
That's a good
catch.
catch.
Very good catch.
Sharp catch. By the
And
way, USA is in trouble here, Crafty.
yes, because they're
49 for
missing
5.
wickets.
Oh, yeah.
Remember what I told you a
Yep.
little bit earlier on?
Yep.
Wickets are the things. It's not the runs. And I think people get carried away. We need 3 and 4 runs per over. We need 5 runs per over.
Yeah.
You could get 8 runs per over, but you got 8 wickets down after 10 overs. So you got 80 for 8. How does that make sense?
Yep.
The
Completely.
whole concept is wrong.
Hmm.
It's not about scoring, it's about staying at the crease, making sure you don't get yourself out before the maximum overs are completed.
Bat out the
Right
overs.
now, they're 49 for 5.
Yeah.
They don't know if they're going to bat out the rest of the overs.
They may
By
not get
30
to.
overs, they might be
I was
dismissed.
about to say that.
Now, but they might be scoring at 4 runs per over. How does that help? So you have 15 overs given away to the opposition.
Yeah.
It's madness.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a big number to give
Yeah,
away.
but you see, the whole concept of one day cricket and T20, we'll come back to what I was saying about the
Hmm.
faster bowlers, and,
Hmm.
and you also asked me about the batsmen and stuff.
Yes, yes.
The concept of scoring is badly misplaced by T20. A T20 game has 120 legal deliveries.
Right,
Considering you're going to get a few wides, I would put that up to 130 deliveries you will get.
right,
Your minimum score then should be 130 without hitting a boundary.
correct.
If you hit boundaries and sixes and fours, then you should get minimum 150.
Hmm.
But in T20s, you see guys getting bowled out for 88 because we are a six hitting team.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you? So we hit 10 sixes, but we get bowled out for 88. The West Indies has been doing that in the last recent past.
Yeah.
The captain of the West Indies said that we're a six hitting team. What the hell does that
A
mean?
six hitting team means nothing if
If you're getting
you
bowled out for
are getting
89,
bowled out. Somebody like an AB de Villiers, for example. AB de Villiers can hit sixes, but he'll also push the ball in the gap and run for ones and
but the
twos.
West Indies T20 captain said that
Yeah, six hitting team.
we are a six hitting team. And I sit down there thinking, except I understand the English language, but do you know what I mean? So you're going to hit every ball for six, which is impossible.
Right?
You're not going to hit anything else but sixes.
Yeah.
There's a different thing. You might decide I can only hit three sixes this over,
Yeah.
but I ain't going to run at all.
Right, right, right.
Or I am only running, or I am only going to score when I hit a six. Does that make sense?
So that's
Well,
why.
the thing is that people sit down and listen to that. I'll
Yeah,
accept it.
yeah,
It's foolishness.
yeah, yeah.
What's a six hitting team?
That's why when
It's
I
like
see block four,
I driving
block
down the
block
I 95.
six,
I going down the I-95 or I-4 or any main highway in the
or
United States.
290 right here.
290,
Hmm.
right? So I got a BMW 745
Right,
or 750 IL,
right,
top speed of 120 miles per hour.
right,
I know that. So I decide I like driving at 80 miles per hour,
right.
right? And I'm driving at 80 miles per hour, except the speed limit is 65. So the policeman stops me, blink, blink, blink,
Yeah.
and said, you were speeding, you know? I said, yes, but remember, I like getting at 80 miles per hour. Well, that is going to cost you $300. It's foolishness. Hey, man, I know I was speeding, but that is my car.
I
I
like
like
driving
driving at
fast.
80
I
miles per
like
hour.
driving fast.
It makes no sense.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
does a six hitting team mean? Give me a break.
So hold on. So I didn't get back to this now. You touched on New Zealand. You touched on England. You touched on Pakistan. Keep it up with me. Hello.
I didn't. I didn't do India. I never played a test match against India. I
Okay.
played one day internationals against India.
Okay.
But during the time again, Dilip Van Sankar, Sunil Gavaskar, of
Sure.
course, um, Mahendra Amanat,
Okay.
right? Not the bowler one, the middle order batsman.
Hmm.
Could hit the ball real hard,
Yeah.
right? And they've, I mean, you know, quite a few are afterwards, you know. Used to be the captain. At one time, he was banned from the captaincy, and then
Azruddin.
Mohammed Azharuddin.
Hmm.
I used to like his batting
Yes,
style
I agree.
because what I like about Azhar is that he was one of those batsmen who assessed what's going on in the cricket. You don't have to
Hmm.
hit fours.
Right.
You could hit twos and threes.
Hmm.
And you know, you come to the West Indies if you want to talk about them. Initially, he failed, Larry Gomes,
Hmm.
but Larry Gomes found his place in a team of Greenwich
Hmm.
and Calicharan
And Haynes and
and
Richards.
Haynes and Richards and Lloyd.
Hmm.
Shot, run him up.
And the reason he found his place in that
Run
team
two.
Yeah.
is because he did something very different to them.
Hmm.
But we talk about the great Everton Weeks of West Indies cricket.
Yep.
Everton Weeks, you know, my favorite batsman of West Indies of all time.
Weeks.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I was actually named from him. My father said that.
Nice.
One of my middle names is Everton, but
Hmm.
I think he hit 1-6 in Test cricket.
That sounds about
But
right.
he averaged 56 in Test or something, 60, something. I mean, you got the stats. If you pick an all West Indies team, you are going to pick Everton Weeks
Of course,
first.
of course.
He and George Headley, and then the rest.
Mhm.
Now hold on. But the man hit 1-6.
Well, they're not a six hitting team.
What is it? No, no, he was not a six hitting man. The whole thing makes no sense. It's
Yeah,
stupidness.
yeah, yeah.
But Larry Gomes is the same thing. Larry Gomes could hook and pull like everybody else, you know.
Hmm.
But he chose not to do that.
Right.
So you're playing Shell Shield against Larry Gomes, and he's
Hmm.
pushing and pushing, and you miss the edge, and you look up and Larry got 48, and you think, when did he get that? And the next thing you look up, hold on, this guy's 113. But it happened for the West Indies too.
1984, Lords, Greenwich 214 not out.
Correct.
Not everybody remembers this.
Gomes get
Gomes
100.
92 not out.
Correct. Nobody knows that.
Hmm.
But he did. That's what I'm saying. Malcolm Marshall came over with a broken hand to give him 100, I
Hmm.
think, with Leeds.
Hmm.
And people don't appreciate because a man must know his limitations. And Larry Gomes, and that's why Azar in my mind was such a great batsman.
Hmm.
The present Indian team.
Yeah.
If I had to pick the present Indian team, the first person I'm picking is who?
Coley?
No, sir.
Not Coley. Okay.
No.
Who?
The utility cricketer. Who is India's biggest utility cricketer?
Jadeja?
Of course.
Ah. Wait, what format we're talking about? Or does it
Any
matter?
format.
All right.
You check Jadeja's returns in any format.
Yeah.
The guy is spectacular. He either bowls well and gets a very vital or sometimes three, four, five wickets.
Hmm.
He almost
Feels
always
like a demon.
feels well,
Hmm.
takes catches that very few people will take,
Yep.
and gets runs. I pick him first because I know he's going to perform. I don't know what he's going to do.
Right.
I
But
don't
he'll
know
do
if he can give
something.
me runs.
Right.
I don't know if he can give me wickets.
Yep.
I don't know if he can take a catch, but he can do one of them really well in this game. Every game he plays in.
Fantastic.
I would pick him. Kohli and them fantastic batsmen. Jadeja is a utility man. You know what I mean? He's like in the old football thing. That could be.
Oh, oh.
There used to be there's a footballer called Franz Beckenbauer.
Hmm.
He was what they used to call in the old days a link,
All right.
midfield,
Oh no. Oh.
right? Link, midfield.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
54 for 5. So they've gone past the 50s.
All right.
This is over number 80, number 19, sorry.
Wow.
But Franz Beckenbauer, they used to call him a link, a utility man.
Hmm.
You know, old days they used to say link, now they call it midfield.
Right.
Overlapping full back, wing back, and all come things the same name for the same things.
Yeah, yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? The point I'm making is those are utility people.
Hmm.
You know,
Impact the game in more than one
they
way.
can do. That's right. They can do a lot of things in the game. A little here, a little there, a little everywhere.
Hmm.
And you know, so there you go.
Fantastic. Well, look, Crafty, my spell is just about done.
I'm glad to have seen you.
It is
You've
good
got
to
a
have
lot
seen
of
you.
photographs and videos to send to me. For those people who are listening, Mr. Brian Walters is a technological whiz. Uh, he could tell you right now how far the moon is. We know it's about 180,000 miles to the moon, right?
Right,
Something
right.
like that, right?
Under
You know it a little
6,000.
bit more. You know it a little bit more specific. It might be 187 today, 185 next month, because
Right?
it's not a specific number.
Correct.
It's somewhere between 180
Yeah,
and 190,000. And the scientists will tell you that because the moon rotates and
of course.
moves and all sorts of things affect
Mm.
it. But I know you know the exact position. The boy is technologically amazing. So it's just very nice to be here with you,
Man,
son.
it's so good
It's
seeing
nice
you.
to see you.
All right.
We're gonna do some
So,
more work again, I'm sure, later in the year.
absolutely.
Somewhere.
Somewhere,
Somewhere.
somewhere.
It is
Or we'll
very
just
nice.
sit around and have a drink. We can
Well,
do
I
that
will
too.
drink some ginger ale.
Well, I'll drink your beer after I drink mine.
You could, all of keep going. I have no problem. It is nice to be here.
All right, Crafty.
You're leaving at about 17 overs to be completed.
And here's my replacement coming into me name again, boss. John, Crafty, you have the
John
pleasure of
Ramsey.
being with Mr. John for the
They
next.
just got a boundary there, so
Let's
that
go.
goes up now to 80, 68, 62, I think it is for five. What is the score? score has gone up. It's,
Should go up to
it's oh 62 for
62.
5. There you go.
Yeah.
Correct. So they've completed. This is the 19th over being completed. So three, 3.5 runs per over. Not bad, but the 5 wickets, that puts it in trouble. John Ramsey, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, Colin. I'm very well.
Nice conditions.
Lovely.
Nice
Very
conditions.
different from yesterday, must say. I was at
Well, yesterday we were in a
Musa Cricket
blizzard.
Stadium.
We were in a blizzard.
Yeah, big. They
It
want you guys to
was,
move here.
Yeah,
it was, it was very windy here and very, yeah, it was very windy.
yeah,
It was also very cold.
very
Today is much,
yeah.
much warmer, and there's no wind. Nice, very
Yes.
nice. So,
You have a contest on our hand here, Colin. 62 for
well, we
5.
always have a contest. It's a cricket game.
Yeah, the 19th over. Half of the side gone, half of the overs. Well, not quite there yet, but these teams played yesterday, not against each other,
Correct.
but West Indies. They lost their opening game yesterday.
Well, I was partly to blame for that. We will not even get there.
Yeah. So let's look at what ahead of us. As the over comes to an end, so that's the end of 19. 62 for 5. What'd you say? Who's in front at the moment?
62 for 5. Ah, runs on the board are runs on the board. But most of the better batsmen you would expect would have been dismissed in that 5. So the first thing that the United States have got to do is to make sure that they bat their 45 overs.
Yeah.
And right now, they are in danger of not doing that. So they've got to make sure they bat out the 45 overs. If you don't, it then means that you're giving the advantages to the fielding team. If they bat out, they might get to 120, maybe 100. But you have to bat 45 overs or whatever maximum overs are.
Right.
If you're batting first and you don't bat the maximum overs, you have wasted your time because you've given some of the advantage to the fielding team. If you get out in 42 overs, 40 overs, what about the other 5? You're going to bat the whole thing out. They also say runs on the board are runs on the board. It's already there. So the second team um, has to make it. But also, the second team might have better conditions. So you got to, you know, think about that too. So there you go. The new bowler is
So
Runs.
no, that's Prem thing
That's
actually.
Prem,
Yeah.
yes. He's a left arm spinner.
Yeah. So
Correct.
number 100 on his back. We must find out what that 100 means to him. But
Oh, any number is a number.
yeah. As you have number 53 in the back, reminds me of
Yeah,
Ram
but
the Star one.
my number 53 comes from my year of birth. Right? It was either 315 or 53. So 53, you know. Oh.
Soft dismissal. That's a good catch.
See, remember I was just telling you about the wickets.
Yes.
Now, that's a soft dismissal. You're right. But it's a lower order batsman.
Yeah.
An upper order batsman will not have played it that way.
Yeah.
So you've got 6 guys out now. The guys who can be coming into bat are probably lesser batsmen than those who had played before.
Yeah.
But you only got 62 runs on the board.
Yeah.
Right? So you are in danger here
Or being bowled
of
out.
not batting out your 45 overs, and that is not what you want.
Yeah. So that's the 6th wicket going down. And Abid, a burly fella, is making his way into the middle. Perhaps picked more for his bowling.
He's
If
tall,
you're looking
not
at,
necessarily.
if you're looking at, yes, his
See,
stature.
these concepts of John Wright, who used to be bowling for Australia, for
Yeah.
New Zealand, was as tall as me.
Yeah.
Greg Chappell was about 6 feet 2, 6 feet 3, tall man. David Gower, David Gower is about 6 feet 1, batsman. So the concept, Malcolm Marshall was not a big guy, you know. Was he bowled quickly? Yeah, it depends. It
Yeah.
depends.
So that's the fall of Dinesh Patel, who was just caught at cover by Roy Singh. Roy Singh, captain versus over 60s. Took a simple
I
catch
mean, these
there.
guys take this thing very seriously.
Yes, they do.
You know. And I will say that my 2 kids, especially my daughter, reminds me daily remember you played Test cricket.
Yes.
So the guys playing in these tournaments, this is their Test cricket.
Yeah.
So they take it as seriously as when you played Test cricket, right? So appreciate that and understand that, and I do.
Yeah, the concept has been dubbed the second innings. It's a second opportunity for these guys to play cricket at competitive level.
Well,
And
this is good. It
yeah,
keeps us alive. I'm an old guy. I'm 69.
wow,
Yes,
six.
sir. You know, I have friends who tell me, I don't even know when you pass from 20 to 60. When did you get to 60? Well, 40 years passed. I have
That's a
friends who tell me that.
that's a good shot, but you see the legs are tired at 60 plus.
No, it's not tired. It's like anything else. The expectations of your reaction at 60 are not the expectations of your reactions at 26. They're different things. So, people will say, no, we want to see a ball like when you go up to the West Indies. When? In the car? How would they do that?
Yeah,
But you understand their understanding. Understand.
that's a bit knacky getting off the mark. And the
So
batter would.
what's happening with Guyana's cricket, man? I must ask you.
So Guyana has a new franchise name first of all,
Yeah, I noticed that.
because yeah, and
I mean,
they've played two first class matches in the season that has been stretched out and has a long pause for one reason or the other.
well, we're not gonna get there
They've
because
narrowly,
COVID and all sorts of things happened
yeah,
in
and
the
they're
last
not
few
having
years.
home advantage and so on that they're accustomed to.
Well,
They narrowly won the first game,
home advantage has no bearing anymore
right?
because even in Australia, they might. I mean, the West Indies played Pakistan last year when I was doing commentary, and they played all the T20s at Georgetown,
Yeah,
and then all the tests at Sabina Park. But there's no real home advantage.
right.
Both teams are alien,
Pretty much neutral.
because
Yeah,
although in the Caribbean,
right.
most of the players were not from Jamaica,
Yeah,
and so they don't know the conditions in Jamaica. You see the point
yeah,
I'm making? It might be quote unquote home, but home, that's why nowadays,
right.
the ladies World Cup is going on now,
Hmm.
and they're based primarily between three venues,
Yeah,
but they're 8 teams. Even New Zealand are
yeah,
not at home,
correct.
and they're playing in New Zealand because the concept has changed.
Yes. So, yeah, so the Guyana team, they've lost their opening game. Sorry, they won the opening game narrowly against the Windward
The Windward
Islands
Islands, yeah, I remember
Volcanoes,
that.
and then they're blown away in 3 days, inside 3 days, against the Hurricanes, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, on the same track at the Queen's Park Oval. So they're hot and cold. Pretty much the same players that they've been using over the years that brought them success, so 5 successive titles. But
Well, I must ask you about those 5 successive titles. Is there something wrong with that equation? Guyana has won 5 successive first-class seasons in the Caribbean,
yeah,
but there are not 5 West Indians playing from Guyana.
not at all.
Why? Why is that exactly?
Yeah. So
Then I'm
that,
asking you.
but I know that's a question that we've been asking ourselves.
No, I will tell you why that is. Because the levels are the same. If I pick a guy from Trinidad and Tobago or Jamaica or Barbados, he's not going to be any worse off than those playing for Guyana. The levels are the same. Everybody's talking about names.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the standards, right? And when when Guyana were winning all of those tournaments you mentioned, they had one test player, either Veersamy Pamal
Or Bishu.
or Devendra Bishu.
Yeah.
But that means that the rest were just there or thereabouts. I mean, let's be fair. I'm being very straight. Which West Indian, or correction, which Guyanese batsman now, in those 6 years of success at regional level, would you have picked for the West Indies?
I think Leon Johnson
He had a
had a
chance.
chance.
What did he do?
Nothing. Well, he was actually injured as well.
Well,
Playing in
then
South
if you're
Africa.
injured, don't play.
Well, he was injured. That's why he was dropped
All right.
and then could not get back into the national side.
Why is that? In the national side
West
or the
Indies, the
international side?
international side. Um, because of, like you mentioned, the level. Because at
Yeah,
that time,
that's what I'm saying. The
Shea
levels are
Hope
just
and so on,
the
they
levels are
came.
just so if you not in, I mean, I can drop a guy who's giving me 41 to pick a guy who's giving me 38. I don't want that. I
Yeah.
want to drop a guy who's giving me 41 for a guy who will give me 88.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's not about the personnel. And the Caribbean, we get caught up in we got to get four Trinidadians, we got to get three Guyanese, we got to get two Jamaicans.
Yeah.
By the time you finish, you're going to have 14 to 40 people playing for the West Indies in the same game. Everybody want their own people. It's madness,
I remember Vishal Singh had a few good seasons. Got into the West Indies side
right?
against Pakistan.
Got 100, I think.
No,
No. He failed.
he failed.
Failed.
And then that was it for him.
Well, you see, which conforms what I'm saying. You make a lot of runs in our regional cricket, and you go to the next level up, and nothing happens.
Yeah.
So there you go. This is Tony B is coming back. He had 6 overs so far. This is his sixth over. He's just had one for 1465 for five. So the USA, first things first, they gotta get to 100. Three figures is a nice round number.
Yep.
You know, 100, you gotta get there. Then gotta try to bat out your overs. So if you could get 120 in 45 overs, is good. Especially from here, 65 for five after 21 overs. Is this thing updating, sir? Very slow. Yeah,
Prem continues, but it's down the leg side. I think this is over number 22 now, perhaps, based on
yes, I think it's 22.
yeah what we're
Maybe
seeing on the
22.
monitor.
You might be right.
5 wickets should have been six as well because we
Should
just
be six because
yeah.
the guy was just out. Yes, that's
Right.
right.
So the USA side are in danger of not only being bowled out but not batting out their allotment of
And they got to get
45.
at least 100 runs
Yeah.
to be, competitive, I think.
But the conditions have been it's a little get a little bit of bounce here and there. I think Tony was actually getting some carry as well. So the pitch looks good from this vantage point.
Yeah, it's drying out. This morning it was a little bit damp. Surprising that I think the USA batted first because I would have thought they would have wanted to bowl first. But, you know, all teams do their own thing. They have their own concepts of understanding, so I don't query their kinds of things too often, not too much.
So at this stage, with the four batsmen or four wickets in hand, you're projecting a 120 still.
Well, if they bat out the overs, see,
You
I'm
saw
not for projection.
Come on, guys.
They
Abid, take a
have,
start.
that's a run. That
But
should
you
have been a
take
run.
a start.
That
Let
should
him
have been a
decide.
single. What I'm saying, if you're going to bat out from here on in, they've still got another maybe 25, 20
23,
overs, let's say.
right?
Because the scorecard is not up to date yet. It's got 62 for 6. That's over number 20 just completed.
22 is in progress.
Yes, this is not updating quickly.
Yeah,
Okay, so 22 is in progress. So it means you got another 22, 23 overs to go.
23, right?
If you double the score now, then you have maybe 100 and
26.
126. But then you should be accelerating too.
Yeah,
So you should be thinking 40, 140. You
yeah.
see what I'm saying? So
So 140 in conditions like this. Is it par?
it might work, but they got to battle the over.
Yeah. And it brings me to another question. West Indies over sixes yesterday. Second consecutive match day for these guys. How you think they will shade? They will fare
Well,
today?
they're bowling okay. They're bowling okay, right? Um, but the opposition played a game too yesterday.
Yeah.
So the wear and tear is more or less the same thing. Right? They're bowling all right. Right?
Yesterday West Indies got 170 odd, 174 I think it was.
That's right. But the bowling was not. I mean, I didn't complete my stint, and you know, they might have been a little bit good ball,
Yes.
very well bowled, right? So that's what I'm saying. Today, sports is a strange dynamic, you know.
Yeah.
Some days, the next day, the second day is the hardest day. Sometimes the second day is easier than the first.
Mm.
Strange dynamic. It depends on what you do, you know.
Good. good to see Tony running in and landing in some good areas consistently. Seems to be as if he had a long playing career.
Yeah, they're serious, man, these
Yeah,
boys,
and
which is good.
yeah, muscle memory is still telling him what to do exactly.
That's the problem. Muscle memory and brain memories are two different
Yeah.
things.
This one is in the air. Who wants it? The field at mid on coming
Drop.
around.
That can be
That's
dropped.
Ron and
That can be dropped.
will not get there.
I could tell you that can be
And
dropped before we
look
went
at
to the ball.
Abid, the batsman, is walking that run as well.
He's moving.
So he's
See, once you're moving when the ball is coming at you, then you don't know where the ball is.
yeah.
You gotta get under the ball and wait.
So there we go again. Nice carry from Suri.
So you spend a lot of time in Guyana, and you're saying
Yes.
about because you're Guyanese, I'm asking, but I know you know about the West Indies so like I do and everything
Yes.
else.
So but the Guyanese, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, as they're called these
Yes,
days, they're continuously in training under the head coach Isan Crandon and recently appointed assistant coach Ryan Hercules. They have
I saw all of that. I read the book and
a
everything.
regular session at Everest. Recently, they were in the pool for a session after what was
All that magnificent. So they're gonna be magnificently physically fit. They're
yeah
gonna be wonderful
just
male specimens,
just
but are
last
they gonna be able to play cricket?
that's right. So just last Tuesday, there was a game at Everest, and a friendly game. The Guyana Harpy Eagles limited oversight came out, and they took on a team from the US, the American Cricket Society.
Yeah, I saw that, and they got
Yeah,
beaten.
yeah. So the Guyana side won quite easily.
All right,
Yeah, so it shows that they're eager to play again because they haven't played since that second
correct.
first class game in Trinidad that ended quite a while
Yeah,
ago
yeah.
in February. And those guys that got the opportunity, Kimo Paul made us a swashbuckling 70 odd from 35 deliveries. And, and
You called a nice name there.
Kimo Paul.
What has happened to him?
Kimo Paul, he in Trinidad, I noticed him in the first class game, he was rubbing his shoulder. Then I asked him what happened. He said he's a bit sore because the track at the Queen's Park Oval offered nothing for the seam bowlers
Why do commentators say that? How do you know that?
based on the returns.
There
I,
is no. Listen, most cricket fields around the world are known for pace or bounce or spin. And the Queen's Park Oval, Taruba is no, so you can't.
yeah,
But the Queen's Park Oval is supposedly quote unquote for spinners.
yeah,
Well, I got wickets there. Ingram Khan got wickets there. Andy Roberts got wickets there. Curtly Ambrose got wickets there. Kemar Roach got wickets there. But they're all fast bowlers.
yeah.
So when you tell me it has nothing for the fast bowlers, what are you saying?
Well, the Guyana fast bowlers were made to work very hard
Well,
for the few
that is
wickets
what you're supposed to be doing in a 4-day game,
and got no rewards.
which means they
It was
didn't bowl
Pamal.
well.
Well, that can be yeah, you can look at it that way as well. Yeah. So after that, there was a long break, and then when I saw him in that game at Everest a few days ago, Kimo Paul, he had an opening burst, one over, but at the end of it, he was just walking, just not necessarily gingerly, but just very slowly.
I'll tell you something that Andy Roberts said a long time before I actually played with him in Test cricket. I met Andy Roberts out.
No, he's coming, retired,
Oh,
retired. Yeah,
because I didn't see any dismissals. I'm wondering what is he's hurting. His body's hurting.
so yeah, so he's coming
Why,
off.
why is he coming out? He's struggling. Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah, boy.
groin, and it takes
Man is
longer
growing.
to heal at
No, no,
this
it never
age.
heals. After 65, it never heals.
Oh,
Understand that? When you take your teeth out at 65, what happens?
that's it.
They put, they put in a piece of stone or something to take the space. It never heals. No, you gotta be honest. Yeah, you can come back. Just sit down and relax. Drink a beer.
Let's begin. Tirmani being
Yeah, yeah.
has just retired and is replaced by Anil Weerasinghe. He has some Sri Lankan
Sri Lankan. That's correct. But that's
background.
right.
Yeah.
Actually, his son is the one who's looking after all the technical.
Oh, really? So that's the influence of the subcontinent to cricket in the US.
Well, everywhere, everywhere. But you're right. United States and Canada have got a lot of Indian, people of Indian descent,
Yeah.
people of Africa, of Sri Lankan descent, Pakistani descent. You know. Good. So what? Let me ask you. This is supposed to update itself automatically. Not so? Is it? Is updating? Thank you. Just making sure, sir.
Just you back
Yeah.
up that Kibo Paul after that over at Everest did not look himself.
Andy Roberts said something to me in 1975. I was studying in Trinidad and Tobago. I was playing for combined islands against Trinidad and Tobago. I don't want to sit there and be a so you could bowl in the nets forever. You did the right thing. Then you will be a good net bowler. Sure that I can come back because we are 45 overs. But if you are going to be a good match bowler, you got to play in matches. The dynamics of the game, understanding your responsibilities and your limitations in a game. It's a very different thing to bowling in a net.
And one thing we just mentioned, Colin, was muscle memory. You will also need to look at that in a game situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um, when you're a young person, you're going to run 4, 5, 6 miles every day. From 1970 to 1984, I run 15 miles a day every day for 15 years. And that's before I bowled. Every day you did that. But that's because you were told if you can be a fast bowler, you got to have good legs and good lungs. The
Yeah.
two L's. You heard that all, everybody told you that, from my father, everybody. Want to be a fast bowler, you got two things you need to have: good legs and good lungs. They don't tell you about your brain, so you must be brainless. But your brain is the thing that you need most. But we're not going to get there. Lungs and legs. But coming back to the muscle memory business, by running, you're now bringing your body to a certain realization. Usain Bolt, everybody talks about Usain Bolt as a sprinter. Do you know how many miles he covers every day when he's training to be a sprinter? Usain Bolt must have covered go for 2, guys, go for 2. Come on, running sprints. But he didn't run 100 meter sprint. He ran 200 and 400 meters to run the 100 meters. A lot of miles those guys put into the. I used to know a couple of American sprinters, Gwen Torrance and a few of them I met. And they used to tell me the training they did was unbelievable. What you saw in an event is just a result of the training. And you're right, you got to work those things. Now, as a fast bowler, you're going to the what? See, and I would ask Kimo Paul and all the cricketers around them, when you go to the nets, what do you go to do? Just to bowl?
Yeah.
You have to think about the concept of bowling in the nets as if you're bowling in a 4-day or a 5-day game or a one-day international. You don't just turn up and bowl. You have to have an objective. And, you know, personally, I think Kimo Paul has too many variations. He's okay for our level, but unless he gets spectacularly better, he just can be average. But I've said that many times because he tries to do too many things. I'll call a name: spectacular fast bowler, Michael Holding. What did he bowl? Anybody remembers? What delivery did Michael Holding bowl? See, you don't think.
So I'm thinking that Mike Hughes is just a fast bowler.
No, he was not. Michael Holding used to bowl outswingers,
Oh.
and then when it hits the ground, an off cutter.
Mm.
But everybody says anybody could be a fast bowler. If I train you now, John Ramsing, you'll be a fast bowler in about 4 years.
Yeah.
You might die, but but if you don't die, you'll be a fast. The point I make, anybody could be a fast bowler,
Yeah.
but to have a purpose. You know, Andy Robert, use Malcolm Marshall, use Curtly Ambrose. I'm talking about the fast bowlers that these guys should be patterning themselves off. No, okay, Croft and Garner and Holding and Roberts are 40 years ago. He was running this way. Good shot, Abid. 40 years. Good shot, Abid. Good shot, good shot. It's gone up to
Yeah,
76, 72 for 6 over number 26.
yeah. I think that shot is gonna. Yeah,
They're
it's
gonna
gonna
bring it up to 76 now.
76.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, okay, so we were 13, 40 years ago. Of recent vintage was maybe Courtney Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, Ian Bishop, right? Those, even the Benjamins, brilliant bowlers at that
Yeah,
time. Those are the people that these guys should be talking to, right? If they don't talk to them, at least look to see how they bowl, what they bowl. Kenny Benjamin, Winston Benjamin. Kenny Benjamin outswing, outswing, outswing. Winston Benjamin, straight down the line, leg cut, off cut. Brilliant ballers. But you got to have a purpose. You're not just running and bowl.
yeah,
So you would ask them, what do you bowl? And they don't, oh, I bowl fast.
yeah,
What is that? Tell me what you do with the ball. You bowl off cutters, leg cutters, outswingers. Um, do you do reverse swing? Do you do any of these things? And they look at you as if you're crazy because they don't have the concept. Take the first one fast. And you say that to them, and people think you're criticizing them. It's not. I'm trying to help you.
correct.
I'm trying to make you know what you are good at. It's simple as that. Yeah. When I was in high school, there's one subject I couldn't do at all, chemistry.
Mm,
So I have a degree in engineering, right?
yeah,
I had to pass four chemistry classes to get it. Okay? So you audit them for
yeah,
the first semester, and then you do the second semester because I know the chemistry, I know that.
yeah.
So it's the same thing. You learn, sorry, you learn as you go, you learn as you go. Cricket and sport is the same thing. I would love to see Kimo Paul playing consistently for the West Indies and doing well for the West Indies. This is not about Guyana.
Oh,
Oh, right down the line.
so Prem Singh striking in over number
Again,
26.
again.
Yeah, so we know
From
77
the
for
Ryan. It is a second wicket, I think.
77. That will be for 7. So that score was updated very quickly on this occasion.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, technological whiz is here.
Yes.
So,
Right back.
come on, man. Taking the break now. Oh no, no, he's changing something because.
No, no, nothing, nothing. He's
Oh,
out.
okay,
Yeah. So
okay.
in a look
Back
at the
now.
US
Okay, go
being
ahead.
77 for 8 because one of the players have retired hurt. And if he's going to go back,
He might go back in. He might need to at
yeah,
77 for 7, but still, was it
this is 26
22,
being completed
26
now.
or 28? 26.
26, yeah,
So you still got another,
19.
19 overs to go. Um,
We'll be right back.
all right, so at the score is 77 for 7 after 26 overs. We'll be right back.
So we're down towards the end of the USA's innings, if you want
Well,
to call it that.
not necessarily, because the tailenders still got to keep going. They got to try to bat out 45 overs.
77 for 7, and one player retiring a few moments ago.
Well, he's earmarked to go back in, I
Yeah.
think. Um,
Whether he's going to take that
yeah, he
chance
pulled
will
he
be,
pulled a little bit of a muscle, so we're not
yeah.
sure.
So West Indies trying to tighten the grip here. They want to bowl out this USA side early. They want to get those legs up early as possible and then go get these runs. As I know, Colin, you are not playing today. You played yesterday.
Yes.
So it must be uh,
Well, I could tell you how bad I
back-to-back
feel.
games,
This morning I
worrying
felt
for these
terrible,
guys. Yeah.
right? And I think I have a hamstring tear, but I'm gonna find that out when I go back to Florida in a week's time. Well, we'll see.
So this one is
Back a bit. Keep
played down
running.
towards third man, and it's
It
gonna,
has gone down to third man for four.
yes, it's gonna go all the way.
Good shot, Abis.
So Sishut was this, Sihut,
So they're gonna, you see, at least they're getting to my initial number, 100. They
yeah.
gotta get to 100.
So they're just 19 away from that three-figure mark.
Yes,
It's
and
also
then
psychological advantage.
correct. You have
Yeah.
that exactly correct. Plus, if they get there by say 32, 33 overs, they will then have at least 10
Nice
overs
shot,
to
Abid.
make
Yeah.
another 30, 40, 50
Yeah.
runs.
Abid seems to be struggling on his leg, but he has some good shots. He will play some good shots and getting the ball away and getting runs, which is very
I
important.
know you've been around the world with these guys, so you know them very
You
well.
know, I'm looking at the team list here, Colin.
But more than that, the concept of over 50s and over 60s is a good thing. You know, I was saying that this morning. It's brilliant because, you know, these guys are businessmen, they're lawyers, doctors, you know, engineers, they've got their own businesses. And as you say, the second
Good
chance.
batting, Millen.
Yeah.
For them, some of them, it might be even a third chance.
Right.
Because they played the
Youth.
sport in their youth, and they went to university, and then forgot all of it, built a business, then came back, then did another business, then you come again. I mean, the 60s and 70s, life evolves, you know.
And
So,
it gives you as well something to look forward to.
correct.
Yeah.
And the
Because,
camaraderie is what's important.
yeah.
You know, you got everybody, United States, Canada, the West Indies, um, you know, and you're mixing and you're meddling, you know.
Yeah, because not only that they're
Good
playing
batting.
against
Good
each other,
batting.
but they're also staying in the same hotel. So,
Well, and they're friends.
yeah,
They're friends. The camaraderie is unbelievable. Brilliant. You got to enjoy that. Definitely. So there's no problem with that at all. I like the conditions here. Real nice. The World T20 Championship is coming to the United States in 2024. In fact,
yes,
the ICC is already demarked that.
Good batting, Millen.
So these conditions with a few temporary stands will be
yes,
perfect.
yeah,
You know, you're going to upgrade the outfield a little bit, maybe a little bit more grass. The pitches could be prepared by the either the people here or the professionals that they bring in, neither one or the other to me. And the accommodations.
yeah,
The accommodations could be temporary. Nobody builds big concrete stands anymore.
yeah,
You put temporary stands and you use a utility ground for soccer or cricket or baseball or athletics, and that's that. So, yes, I think the United States are going to present a very good front for the World T20. We've got stadiums in Fort Lauderdale.
yeah,
I remember the Fort Lauderdale Stadium in the 1980s when I first came here to live. It was just like this, you know. There was nothing except grass. People like Timur Mohammed and Fawad Bakas used to be playing down there
yes,
because they were living in Florida at the time. And I remember going past there and stood there and listened, looked at the game for a whole day, a whole afternoon.
mm,
But the conditions were like this. They had no stands, they had no nothing. And of course, that developed and came up. You know, it was Broward Park, I think, then.
yeah,
Now it's a big international ground. We played at a ground, not we, there, the minor league cricket operated from North Carolina in September, October last year, the finals. We were there doing broadcast with Brian, who just left here. And same thing. I was that could be caught,
Nobody there.
but
no,
no,
there's
the
nobody
man
at
is
mid
Nobody
on.
there. Good shot, Abid.
the
Good
man
shot.
is
Field
yeah,
mid wicket.
yeah. So I went a
Just a
long
single.
on, so they just get one run. And I was amazed how good the ground was. It's the best cricket ground I've seen
Wow.
for a long, long time. Unbelievably good that ground in North Carolina. I know there's a franchise operating out of there. I can't remember the name right now. But the franchise in the minor league cricket operates for Alvin Kalicharan is coaching in North Carolina.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. But the stadium is spectacular. Spectacular. These things happen. You know?
Then there's also that matter of affordability as well.
well, right. See, like when when the the World Cup comes, that will not happen. You got to understand the professionalism. They don't be rolling the outfield in the World Cup. Have you ever seen it? Oh, it's going back to the storage. That's right. Well, in the World Cup, what they will do is you will have to wait
Yeah.
until nothing is happening out there. It affects all sorts of
Everything.
things.
Yeah. Movement.
There might be wires here. You can't drive them. There might, but I could understand. Yeah. So 83, 83 for seven, and this is over number 28.
Yeah.
So that's not so bad. I guess three or
It's a nice complex that we're in. Multiple. Oh, there's an appeal for a caught behind it is given. So that's a fall of the eighth wicket. Mr. Croft, the USA side, may crawl to 100. They've just lost another wicket.
well, the fielding side should be happy. The batting side should be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah.
They've done a good job, the bowling team. They've allowed the USA only 83. They've lost seven wickets, and that number is the big number. Now eight, sorry. That was the eighth wicket going down.
Right.
This is the 29th over.
So 28 is
28th,
completed.
yeah, 29th over coming up. So,
Prabhakar is a new batsman for the US.
correct. And remember, there was one guy who
So
was injured.
yeah.
Now, is he going to be resuming? Not sure. He said yes.
Oh, so he's right here. So
Yes.
yes,
He pulled a fetlock, but he's not going to be amputated, so he's going to go back and play.
yes, and that's very courageous of him.
Good luck to the boy.
Yeah. So the West Indies picking up another wicket. So eight down now. 83
I'm
for
69 years old.
the loss of eight.
Then I'm
So,
older.
so Colin, you've played in this over sixes tournament. Perhaps you're the oldest.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
but
know right now I'm feeling the worstest. If there's such a word.
but
But last night I broke both of my legs. I know that I have a pull muscle in my left hamstring.
yeah,
Uh,
I remember 2000 and sorry, in 1997, I think it was. West Indies were preparing to play New Zealand at border, and you were in the nets. You're bowling at the
that's a
time.
different time. 1997 to now is how
I
long?
know that's 25
There you
years.
go.
Yeah,
I used to practice with the West Indies
yes, I
occasionally
remember.
in the 90s.
And I saw you took the stumps out of Shilton Right
Yeah,
Channel. Oh, he was
yeah,
batting, and then you went up to him. You analyzed something.
yeah. And I thought we
Yes,
talked. Now that is what you do. Because he asked me, what did I do wrong?
yeah,
And we thought, see, that is strange that you mentioned that. There's a good point because that is what. That's why I ask you when you go to the nets, what do you guys go to do?
correct. Yeah,
It's not about bowling and batting. We all know you could bowl. We all know you could bat.
yeah,
But if I am bowling at you, and this concept started with playing for Guyana with Roy Fredericks and Stephen Camacho as the opening batsmen.
yeah,
You know, they will ask you what you think is happening, what you think is happening. As a bowler, you will see things happening.
yeah,
Let me tell you, and this happened to me too. We were playing a Masters team, a kind of a pseudo Guyana team, went down to Guyana in the 1990s. Maybe, I think I was playing, Bacchus was playing, I think Shivna Ryan was playing, um, Derek Kalichuran might have been playing. It's just a,
yeah.
like they have,
Fed
like
game.
you mentioned earlier on.
Yeah,
And we were playing at Border, right? They hadn't gone to the new stadium yet.
yes,
The stadium was only built for the World Cup. We were playing at Border. A lot of people, had about 10, 12,000 people, a lot of people. Clayton Lambert, who was then playing for the West Indies,
yes,
came into bat. Now, I've seen him bat on television.
hmm,
I've seen him bat from the stands.
yeah,
But I've never seen him bat from a bowler's perspective.
yeah.
Right? Which is a different thing altogether.
It is.
And you're running into Clayton Lambert, and he is facing you. And I'm seeing all three of the stumps.
Mm, He had an open stance indeed. Yes.
Well, I am seeing all three of the stumps. So I decided right away I'm going to bowl one ball over the wicket and see how it goes. But generally, I'm looking to go around the wicket because with those stumps exposed like that, I could get an inside edge
Yes.
and hit the leg stump. Well, three balls later it happened.
Mm,
And I told him, I said, your stance is too open
yeah.
for you to be able to throw. He made runs for Guyana, a lot of runs for Guyana,
Yeah.
and made some runs for the West Indies too.
Yeah, but very short international career.
Because bowlers are going to think the same way that I did.
Yeah.
And I did the first time I'm bowling to a guy in my life. But if I'm running into bowl and I could free all three of your stumps, it means the space is too wide. I could hit an inside edge and get you out. And I bowled around the wicket, same thing happened. And I said to him, with that stance, I'm going to hit your leg stump all the time. But and that was not enough. See, that's what I'm saying. When you go to the nets to practice, you must have an objective.
Yeah.
What I used to do, and I can be honest with you, you go some days and you're trying to bowl leg cutters only.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work. You might get 1 in 20, 1 in
Mm.
15 as a leg cutter. The next day, I will tell the guys, okay, today I'm trying to bowl short of a length off cutters, short of a length off. It doesn't matter who's batting, left-handed or right-handed. Short of a length off cutters. Now another day I'm feeling good. Say, okay, guys, today for the first 20 minutes, half an hour, I'm gonna bowl at top speed. None of the West Indian fast bowlers now bowl at top speed in the nets. What is the purpose of practice if you can't practice properly? It serves no purpose.
So
The
practice makes
fastest I
perfect.
bowled in my life is bowling in the nets in Adelaide. In
Hmm.
my life, to the West Indies cricket team. If remember the batsmen want proper practice, but the bowlers need practice too. So this concept of not bowling properly in the nets makes no sense. It makes no sense. Well fielded, very well fielded out there in the mid wicket boundary.
So that's Tony for you, put it
Yeah,
in there. But
89
it's,
for 8. They gotta get to this 100, 120. They
yeah,
still got plenty time,
lots of time. This is
but they
over
don't
number
have wickets.
30 in progress. So Prem Singh
So they got
in the
15
middle of a
after
good
this.
spell.
The problem is they don't have wickets in hand.
Yeah. So the bowler has picked up 3 wickets already, Colin. 3 for 14.
Yeah, yeah.
And
He's
this is
vying
his,
to be man of the
this
match.
is 8 over. Yeah, he has 100 on his back. So perhaps we'll see 100 on the score sheet in a short while.
Well, yeah, the 100 may not even come up.
Yeah, so he would not love to see 100 on the score sheet. You want to see 100 on his back mainly. So batsman just showing some good technique. Back in the squeeze, back and across, in defense. You mentioned earlier, should have been getting forward. So you have that second line of defense when you can come back. So a question has been asked, Colin, and
Yes.
it's very similar to the one you answered when Brian was around. Name one player from each country whom you respect as a cricketer as a whole. So I
All of
guess it's
them.
not only as a batsman,
No, 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 no,
yes,
no.
it's as a
I,
whole.
had no disrespect for the opposition's players.
Yeah,
I did not disrespect. None of us disrespected them. We didn't disrespect them.
yeah.
But the way I look at professional sport is like, at least I did, and I think some of the other players that I played with also did. Good batting, Prabhakar! Is you playing for the West Indies?
So we're gonna have a break here, Colin,
Yes,
because
of
as there's
course.
a
I
30
will answer
overs,
that question when we come back.
89 for 8, two
30 overs
wickets in hand,
completed.
getting closer to.
I would say, another 20 to 30 runs. They've got another 15 overs to go.
Yeah,
So if you get 30 additional runs from this point with 8 wickets down, you will have done with 120, 115, 125. Should not be too bad. USA have lost too many wickets, but you got to give the other team some credit. The West Indies Masters over 60s, they did a good job. USA though still have the chance to get to 120 if they bat out the over.
so one word, will you say even Stevens? Well,
Yeah,
that
well,
phrase?
you got to understand too. Those runs are already on the board. You don't know how the other team is going to bat.
All right.
So there you go.
All right, so we'll be back in a short while with the final segment of the USA's innings. The final 15 overs coming up in a short while.
Way back, that was
Let me
leg
tell you.
byes.
So Sehul bowling to a bid.
89 for 8, that was a leg bye.
When we get back home, we'll get a
Very
X-ray
well
done.
done. Very, very, very well done. The West Indies Masters over sixes are doing very well. Because if they could restrict the United States to
Good run, good run!
100, 120, they would have done well.
Yeah.
Considering the conditions. I mean, the United States started batting on a pitch that was a little bit damp.
Mm.
So they were, to me, I think, at a disadvantage, but they chose to bat because they won the toss.
Oh, that's cut to it nicely. We get some runs on the
He
offside.
might get four. He does get.
Ramrup is after it. Ramrup is a
Go!
legal practitioner in Guyana.
Well, there you go. See? Yeah, he's one of the lawyers. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
The lawyer,
the
right?
legal mind.
So we got lawyers, doctors, engineers, technicians,
Yeah.
company owners, business owners, loafers like me, semi-retired but not sure if you're retired. All sorts of things we have here. So 93 for 8, and we are in over number 31.
Yeah. Sehul,
So
the bowler, is finishing his spell. This is his
yes.
final over. 1 for 33 so far. That's a good delivery.
So after this over, they still have 14 overs, but they only got 2 wickets in hand,
Yeah.
and that is the problem. That could be one,
That's a
that
good
could be
shot.
two,
That's running away.
Lovely shot!
could be
Prem
two.
is coming around to cut it off.
Come on,
Nice
run!
use of the feet.
Oh, man. Come on, go for two!
What a return they call it. Almost to the side of the stump
These
from
boys are
way back on the
enthusiastic.
boundary. I
These
like
boys
it.
are very enthusiastic. Extremely enthusiastic. You gotta like them. So we've had 31 overs, 94 for 8. Well, at least they're approaching that triple figure of 100, but they still gotta try to bat out the 15 overs. Sorry, the 45 overs. They've got another 14 after the one now completed. 31 overs. So they
So, so
see how they go.
Pramesh Sahult has completed his spell of 9 overs, 1 for 34. So in the context of the game, a bit expensive, but he got an early wicket. 34 yielded from 9.
Yeah, but that's less than 4 runs per over. That's not expensive. It is
In
expensive,
the
I
con
suppose, in context of
correct,
19,
yeah.
94 for 8.
Good returns from him,
Oh,
the
that's not
right
bad.
arm medium
That's very good.
medium bowler, medium fast bowler. Lots of energy in his run
Today
ups,
is
really
so
good.
different to yesterday.
Yeah.
wear a big jacket and so I'm bringing it with yesterday punish.
Today is so different. It's so beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's real. Look at it. It's serene. No, no wind or nothing. Very nice.
That yesterday.
So Prem Dinarain Singh is gonna come a call in. He's gonna finish his spell after this over. He's now in his final over, left arm spin. Batsman looking for the second, will it
Gotta
chance
get
the
that.
arm? It's not gonna. Throw coming back to the keeper's end. Keeper with the gloves. So 95, Colin. 95 for 8. Final power play started with the USC side getting a bit more brisk in their running, trying to pick the gaps as well.
I'm going to ask you. There was a guy I saw in the first T20 competition in the Caribbean called Jonathan Fu.
Yes.
Okay, one day.
Oh, I saw him just recently, it's last Sunday.
What happened
I
to
was
his
on the
cricket?
countryside, so he has not been playing. He's not in the national setup.
Why
Uh,
not?
Fu has
No,
been
don't.
off the boil for a bit. He's
Yeah,
not.
yeah, you're saying that. Why not? I'm asking. Because he had the potential then to play for the West Indies in T20s.
Yeah, not sure
After
where it
one
went
year,
wrong for
he
him now.
did very well.
Yeah.
He was man of the match, I think, in that T20 tournament Guyana won
Yes,
at the
and
Queen's Park Oval. I was doing commentary.
yes.
What happened after that?
Not sure where it went wrong for him, but he's just not
Did it go
around.
wrong for him or the environment in which he existed didn't,
Environment.
Yeah,
didn't give him
Environment.
could be a
But
complex.
a scene of being comfortable?
Could be complex.
I
Not
took
not
his case
certain.
to the cricket board.
So 96 for the loss of 2008. Yeah, but Jonathan Fu really came to the fore in 2003 or thereabout when Guyana and
Oh
Barbados
yeah,
were
yeah.
locked in that final, call it that
I
nail biting
played. I was
final.
there. I did the commentary for both the television and radio for that. And I'm still asking. That's 20 years ago, and the guy just evaporated.
Yeah,
Nobody heard about him after that tournament. He may have played for Guyana one or two times afterwards. What happened to him?
yeah. I don't think he was managed well. That's perhaps putting it very light, mildly.
I take your point that you know
Gather your thoughts there, Colin. Prem Singh has completed his spell. 9 overs gone. 9 over for him. 3 for 16. That's very good returns.
excellent. Now,
Yeah.
the point I was about to make is this: you have got to try and prescribe your own destiny. If you want to play for Guyana or the West Indies, despite what's happening around you,
Yeah.
you could make it happen. I could tell you, I heard it on the radio myself. Very prominent people in Guyana's cricket said I could never play for Guyana. Forget about playing for the West Indies.
Mhm.
Extremely prominent people in our sport said that in 1976. I won't call their
Yeah.
names. Nobody didn't tell me they said it. I heard them say it myself.
Mm.
And 2 years later, I was playing for the West Indies, 1975, 76. The same people came to the airport to meet me as a West Indian cricketer.
Mm.
So you have got to make your life what you want. It. Don't depend on nobody to do it.
So he was actually last with the Jamaica Tallowers franchise
Yeah,
in the
I saw
CPL.
that. I saw that.
Yeah, so
I saw that. I thought the guy had a lot of potential to play. Maybe not for ODI series,
yeah.
but to play for the West Indies. You know, I've seen quite a few of them. I could, right now, one of the cricketers in the West Indies that bothers me terribly is Darren Bravo.
Mm.
Why is he not playing for the West Indies? Why is he not playing at all?
Mm.
What's going on with Darren Brown? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm asking these questions. I am relatively close to the West Indies cricket team. I talk to some of the players. I talk to some of the coaches. We communicate with one. I don't know what it was the internal circumstance, and I don't get into their business
Yeah.
because that's my business. You know, they've just changed the selectors to the Honorable Dr. Desmond Hayes and you know,
Ramnaresh.
Shot and Ramirez saw one. Good. I think that's a good thing. Um, because need some change. We need some new energy. You know, I think it's a good time. Two very accomplished former West Indian cricketers. I have no problem with that at all. But I hope they bring a different concept to what we've recently had and what we've had distant in the past.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Something has to change. You can't do the same things all the time and expect a different result. Like madness, right?
Yeah.
Well, they have got to bring their own dynamics, Haynes and Sawan, and make sure that we get better than where we've been. You know, I hope it works. I mean, it's only recent, so you got to give them time. But I hope it works.
The batsman beaten is just stretching forward. So
33 done,
yeah, Boki finishes his not
98 for
over.
8.
98 for 8.
I mean, I could call some names. Ransford beat
Yeah.
recent past Guyana.
Mhm.
What happened to him? No, I know he had problems with his action,
Yes.
but the action was supposed to have been
Remodeled.
remodeled and remedied two
Yeah.
or three times.
So he's back. He played at Everest a few days ago and was bowling at a fair click.
Okay? So he both
Looks good.
had a fair click. What's the fair click in your
So he
mind?
yeah.
See,
Without the technology, I think he was high 80s.
okay,
Yeah.
but is
On
he
a
bowling
very
well enough to get anybody out?
yes, he got some wickets, but he was also um he looks good. His rhythm is on. and he seemed to be he's working his way back to at least the national side because he's
All
back
right.
in the we call it in the circle.
See, I'm going to ask you these questions because you're very familiar with Guyana's cricket. I was
Yes.
born there. I'm interested in the whole West Indies, but as you're here, I'm going to ask you these questions. Question: when I say that politics in sport, what is your concept of politics in sport?
So politics in sport, it's basically
Short
the
form.
insularities and everything that surrounds this the particular sport, and also the opportunities that are there that may have to come not necessarily from talent, but through another avenue. And if you want
You
to look
mean
at it,
favoritism? Say it.
favoritism, right? And like, that's what I'm saying. So not always the best will get the opportunity.
But that's always obtained in the Caribbean.
Yeah, so that's because
That's not
there's
new.
always cricket politics,
No, but that is not new.
right? I agree.
In the 60s and 70s, when a touring team came to the Caribbean, and I've said this and you're going to hear it said again, shot, you might get one, you might get two, because the man at backward point has to go
So
to the
that
left.
single will bring up the 100, so they're coming
So
back
the
for the
100
second.
is up, which is good.
Yeah.
They've got good running, 101, the score is, if this updates
Yes, it
correctly.
will be.
And we are owning over number 34. So they still got another 11 overs after this one, another 30 runs. So everybody bats out to the end of the innings, 130 even. There you go. There's one more. Right? So
Yes, in the sixes, seventies.
sixes and seventies, when a touring team were coming to the Caribbean, they, they go to Barbados and they will pick seven people from Barbados
Yeah.
because in those days you were depending on the gates. Shot. This time is gone to the right of the man of backward. There you go. Now you're starting to bat properly. So the score now goes up to 106 with that shot for 8 and the acceleration starts. And then when they come to Trinidad and Tobago, they will drop three Bajans and pick three Trinidadians. And then when they come to Guyana, drop three, same three
Yeah.
Trinidadians and pick three West Guyanese. And they stay, that was because of the dynamics oh, that's a one more run. The dynamics of the gates when those things have changed,
Yeah.
right? I think, especially when I played, and even when Ambrose, Walsh, Bishop, and Adams and all them played, they changed that dynamic because then it was as close to as merit as I could remember,
Mm.
right? And that was maybe 80s, 90s, and maybe a little bit in 2000. Then it went crazy again.
Mm.
See, politics is a strange thing. Politics is not always for politicians.
Right.
Politicians are in parliament. There are politics that affect people in all kind of different ways, you know. And people use it as a crutch, as an excuse. But if you want to do something, then nobody in the world could stop you. I am living proof of that. And as I told you, I've heard people with their own mouths talking, saying, I will move. I wasn't good enough to play for Guyana. Forget about the West Indies. People of very prominent importance in Guyana.
So over completed, and that's 34 gone, 107 for the loss of 8.
I can't afford to anybody keep me now. And that's what I think everybody see. The whole Caribbean is too littered by these beliefs and these understandings of who's in charge and who's this and who's that. Today I was hearing a story that it is in certain parts of the Caribbean and maybe even certain parts of Guyana, having a car makes you special. I heard it in a conversation this morning. I thought a car was a necessity.
Yeah.
I thought a car is something you could, if you could afford it, you get because it's going to help you produce or get from A to B.
Huh.
So, man,
Special.
yes. So I don't know what that means, because apparently not everybody could buy a car. I didn't learn to drive till I was 24. I I played with the West Indies before I learned to drive.
So
What are you guys listening to? That's
Tony
radio or
Boki,
television? Television or radio?
Tony Boki is going to continue.
Oh, that's the other one.
So Boki now in his ninth over, his final over, 16 for one for Tony so far in his
He's
final
bowled
over.
well though. He's bowled
Yes.
well, and he just missed the stump again.
Yeah.
He's bowled well.
So he's wearing number 4 on his back. Carl Hooper wore number 4 for a long time in his playing days for the West Indies and Guyana.
But he changed that number after four, and then. But he used to bat at number four most of the time.
Yes. See,
Has Guyana ever invited Carl Hooper to be a part of their cricket?
Carl Hooper coached the
I
Guyana
know
Amazon Warriors in
Amazon
2015.
Warriors, that's right.
Yeah, but
But then he disappeared.
disappeared.
Why? The internal politics, that word again,
Yes,
eh?
I think it's going to come back. He said he was available and he had
He's always been available.
that 2015 period of
He's
I was
always been
pretty much
available.
close to the Amazon Warriors at that time. We had a long conversation
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah. He's always
all
been
of his
available.
plans.
I don't have.
Oh, that's a nice shot. We'll get
I
some
don't.
runs on the
That's going to be
onside.
true mid wicket for four.
Good shot. Very good shot, Prabhakar.
Yep. Now, what a bowler did wrong there is for the first time, he drifted down on the leg side, on the leg stump of a full length. He could do a free hit, connected perfectly through mid wicket. The acceleration has started. You know, we are now in over number 35,
Yeah.
111 for 8.
Yeah.
This is a good comeback here from the USA over 60s team. A very good comeback because at one stage it didn't look like it will get to 100,
Yeah.
and they're still batting and they still have overs. So if they could get those overs and get the runs, they could get to nearly 140, 150.
Yeah, nice partnership with Prabhakar and Abid. So
That's a
that
wide.
should have been a
Come
single as
Yeah,
well.
on.
but the guy at the non-strikers end was not ready.
Yes.
And remember also, these are over 60 guys.
Correct.
You gotta
Not
walk
over
with the
16.
bowler. You gotta walk.
All right.
Yes.
He's just standing there. He's not even taking two steps. Abid.
So 111 represents a very good comeback, like Colin has said.
Yeah, a very good comeback.
And the pitch perhaps getting better for
Well, that's
batting
right.
as well.
You got that right because this morning was a little bit more damp.
When the bowler is like this, I'm three steps out. Yeah. As soon as the bowler leaves, you go out.
So Tony coming towards the end of his spell, just conceding a boundary in the final over. Picked up the early wicket. One for him. This one is in the air. Andrew Bajana is right
He
back
has
on the
not seen
boundary.
it.
No.
He didn't see it.
Go black man, come on! The ball's not even reach him! Abid! Line two!
Just a single, the result, and
Not even throw, Abid!
that's the end of the over. That's the end of Tony's spell. 1 for 21 from his 9 overs. And USA after 35, 112 for 8.
Well, there you go. 112 for 8 now. 35 gone, so you got another 10 overs. At this rate, 3.5 runs per over. You could add another 30, 40 runs, so you could end up with 150 if you do the right things that don't get out. You know?
150 will be very competitive
Oh
here.
yeah. Well, no, every score is competitive because you've made it. The other team's still gonna make it.
All right.
So once the score is on the board, it is already competitive.
Yeah.
You ain't do it yet.
And then there's something called momentum as well. Not that the USA have picked up
Now
their.
that's exactly correct.
Yeah.
They've picked up a little bit, so the confidence. I mean, the break is gonna be a long break for lunch, but they've picked up, and so the confidence could be high. Momentum.
And they can take
That's
that into
correct.
the second
Yes,
innings
sir.
of this game.
I agree.
So it's quite a competitive
One,
match at the moment.
140, 150 shouldn't be too bad. If they get there, could be interesting.
Yeah, let them
Very
do what they are
interesting.
doing. No, he's just gonna take him water because he was hurting in the chest.
So Ramrup was
So,
opted for multiple layers today.
yeah, well, everybody came with multiple layers because of yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday was real cold, as you well know.
Yes.
I mean, and windy, and today is
Quite contrasting.
at least 20 degrees. I will say 20 degrees Fahrenheit um, better, or maybe 8, 10 degrees centigrade better. And there's no wind,
Yeah.
and that's the one makes it even more comfortable. Yesterday the wind was cold.
and very persistent. It was,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
That could be one, two.
Let's go. Let's go. No, let's slow down.
63-year-old Harvey
Good running, guys. Good running.
Hafiz
Shabash.
Mohammed is after it. Pulls up in front of the boundary. So
Good running.
runs continue to come off the bat nicely in this
Well,
final power play for the
that's the
USA.
perfect thing for the West Indies, for the USA team, because now they know they're into the home stretch. You got another couple of, 9 or 10 overs to go. That's what. Does anybody know the score for the West Indies?
Getting getting the singles, really nice. So the scoring rate has been upped a bit. Nice partnership between Abir and Prabhakar. Inside edge
Shabash,
played onto the pad.
Shabash. Well played.
So they're looking to be a bit more positive in the stroke playing and in the running as well. Colin, you mentioned the wind and suddenly it has picked up.
Yeah, I noticed. Which might be good or bad depending on your perspective. The batsman might be hitting the ball with the wind
No,
and
no.
will get to the boundaries quicker. The bowler bowling into the wind will not enjoy that, right? 119 for six. Who batting?
Over completed. That's the end of 36 overs gone. So 116 for 8, 36 gone,
All right.
9
So
to
you
go.
got 9 to go. Another 27, 30 runs at this pace if they don't lose the wickets. Another 30 runs will get you to 146, maybe 150. With, a couple of slashes here, a boundary there. So all you gotta do is keep going the same way. Keep going the same way.
Hafiz Harvey Mohammed is going to pick up the attack from our broadcast end.
The batsman needs some water, I think. He's been signaling here
It's
for a while now.
116 for 8. Mohammed. So Mohammed has been playing a lot of what is called tape ball cricket in Trinidad
Yeah,
before
yeah.
coming across here.
We played bumper ball cricket, but we played tape ball too.
Yeah.
You put rubber bands on the same bumper ball, it becomes heavier. It becomes heavier and it bounces more and it hits harder when it hits you, but it also comes off the bat a little bit quicker because it's so much more compact.
It's a good start for Mohammed. He bowled yesterday. He bowled well, but did not complete his spell as well because he said he had
Same thing, like me.
his toes
Yeah,
was
yeah.
bothering him. So
He's got
here
a terrible
so he's coming in to start his spell in over number 37. Oh, that's a good delivery again. But had the West Indies picked up the last 2 wickets of USA, Mohammed would not have been able to bowl today because I think that's a late decision by the captain because of this partnership, they're holding on.
See, that the dynamics of thinking. So you gotta think about every time, every over. I'm talking normal cricket like this. You can't premeditate. And I hear captains say, "We need 3 or 4 runs per over." You're playing by yourself. It must be if you know what's gonna
So
happen.
you're dictating.
That's right.
Oh, that's a big
That's
shot.
4. Get
Prem,
2 at least.
yeah,
No,
Prem
it
is
might only
after
be
it.
one.
There's a
There's
chance
only
for a run
one.
outside the keeper's end.
There's only one because you see, it's two
I mean, he
runs
was all the way
normally.
here.
But this guy, two things, he's been batting a long time, number 30. And secondly, he might be a little bit incapacitated. Remember, these guys are over 60.
Yeah, Prabhakar.
So don't think about it that way.
Yes.
Did he play for India?
But it's a good shot nonetheless, Colin. Getting
Yes,
into
but
the
he only got
gap.
one.
Yeah.
He only got one. That is disappointing as well. So,
The batsman exposing three stumps for the towards the end of Mohammed's first over. 38, 37 gone now. So it's 117 USA. Good
The,
start to a
the,
bowling spell from
the
Hafiz.
dynamics of West Indies cricket is very difficult to understand. It was there all the time. The same dynamics that exists now existed when we played. The only facade that changed it from being exposed because we were winning.
Yeah, a lot of things get brushed under the
Because we
carpet
were
when
winning.
teams are winning.
Yes. You think about from 1976 to 1996. That's a period of West Indies cricket that will probably never repeat itself. I think we lost one test series in that 20 years against New Zealand until we lost against Australia in
95.
1996, 95-6 in Jamaica.
Yes.
See? So from 1976 in England to 1996 against Australia, the West Indies beat everybody except New Zealand. Even when New Zealand beat us in New Zealand in 1979, 80, well, mostly 1980, New Zealand never said that they were world champions, because they knew it was a fluke. We won't even get to the details of that tournament. But what I'm saying is, for 20 years, West Indies cricket was unbelievably good.
Yeah.
We have tried, every West Indian administration, every West Indian cricketer, every West Indian person have tried to to recycle that period. It has never happened since. So from 1996 to now is what, 26 years,
Yeah.
and we have gone from being number one to being down to the bottom of the list. Something has got to be wrong with that whole equation. If you are number one and you took 20 years to get to the top, and in 26 years you're back to the bottom, you at least you don't expect everybody to be as good as the guys who brought you to the top. Sometimes they might be better, but collectively, let's say they're not as good. But how do you get to number eight in the Test series?
Top edge. Fall safe.
Come on, guys.
On
That's a
the
good effort. That's a good effort, though. See, the West Indies at number eight. See, while we're doing all this fighting, as you said, the political shenanigans, our cricket teams, which is our biggest um, exposure to the rest of the world, we have a lot. That's
Shot,
four.
Moran.
That's a
That's a
nice
nice.
shot.
Shot, everybody.
That's a nice shot. Through extra cover for four. See? Now we gone to 123. We are in over number 38. So, things are going well now for the USA over sixes. They could think about 150. They could genuinely think about 150 now. 123 for 8 over number 38.
Abid is on 34 that boundary. And Prabhakar with him on 20. So
Well, he will tell you, I don't need to run because I just hit a boundary. So he's a boundary hitting man.
over completed. That's 38 gone. 123 for 8. A boundary hitting man.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the West
I was
Indies
listening to
cricket
your
captain
discussion.
T20 says we are six hitting team and they're making 88.
Yeah.
So they probably hit about 10 sixes in 88, but they lose. We're not gonna get back to that. It make no sense. But anyway, my concept of any T20 or 50 over cricket, nowadays when you play a 50 over game and you make 300, the chances are you are going to lose.
Yeah.
Especially if both teams are, equally equipped. You
Yeah.
are going to lose
Yeah.
if you make
Not
300.
safe for
Three,
300
you,
again.
you got to get 340,
Yeah.
350. 300 runs is one run per over. You don't have to, one run per ball, sorry. You don't even have to hit a boundary.
Yeah.
You could run 300 runs and make 6 runs in the last over to win.
Nice sight. Taking
Yeah.
water for her granddad, most likely.
Good running, good running. Good running, guys. All right.
But taking quick singles now.
Well, yes. See what has happened. The team out there now has been out there a long time. The spread, field is spread a little bit more. Nice goal.
Nice shot, nice shot.
Fielded, well fielded, well fielded,
Yeah.
well fielded.
Field is well spread. A maximum of five fielders are allowed
Yeah,
outside that
yeah.
30-yard circle to most likely protect the boundaries that what is expected to be the
Yeah,
final
they're doing
hitting.
okay. Why are they doing it? Gone.
That's a sweep shot. Nice.
Get one, maybe it could be two, but you're not gonna force it because those boys are struggling to the wicket, the batsmen.
Yeah.
So you get one instead of two. But the ideal thing here for USA over 60s now is to bat out the overs. Bat out they must bat out these 45 overs. We are now in over number 39.
Yeah. 39 gone with that
Yeah, that
final
was the
delivery.
last ball.
Good job,
Yeah.
boys. Good job. Keep it
So
going. Keep it going.
126.
We got six more overs to go. Legal deliveries, 36 deliveries. You could probably get 40 runs if you don't get out. So that might put you 166. You see? Which, according to your word, competitive.
Yes.
All scores are competitive. All first inning scores are competitive in the
Yeah.
ODI. I told you, we made 127 against Gowl, Gooch,
And the world wrote you
Botham,
off.
and we bowled them out for 125. The only people in that dressing room who actually believe that we're going to win were the bowlers.
Mm.
And especially one bowler, Joel Gardner, said, we are going to win this. So you got to do what you got to do. Took his cricket very seriously, Joel. I think for me, I've said this many times, of all the bowlers I played with for the West Indies, including myself, Joel Gardner was the best. I think so. People ask me if you pick a West Indies all-time fast bowling team, who will be the top four? Difficult question. When the World Cup was here in 2007, they asked us to do all West Indies team. We did doing all everybody, all
Right.
Australia, all
All the
New Zealand,
nations.
whatever, all the nations. My top four, as my top four, will be Garner, Wes Hall, Curtly Ambrose, and then my next number four bowler is the one is my problem.
Shot, good
The
shot.
number four gonna be Marshall probably. So there you go. Gonna be Marshall, Garner, Ambrose, and Hall. That's my top four.
So,
And it's very difficult for
so
me to.
no Colin Croft in your
Oh,
top
no, no,
four.
no, no, no. Croscroft could be the second team, maybe the third team.
Right.
I'm lucky to be considered at all. So I don't even worry about that kind of foolishness. Of all time for the West Indies, the
Good
four
batting,
best
Abid.
fast
Good
bowlers for
batting.
me
Well watched. Keep it going.
would be Wes Hall. You see, I'm talking about dynamism now. Andy
Mm.
Roberts is very close to that top four.
Yeah.
But for me to pick Andy Roberts, that could
Nice
be
shot, nice shot.
that
Run him
could be
up, run him up, run him up, run him up. It's not gonna go.
that's
Fielders giving really
One
good
more, one
chase.
more, one more.
Come around very quickly. Sehult.
um, Wes Hall had a dynamic. He's the one who invented base like fire.
So, but
So I would have Wes Hall, Ambrose, of
yeah.
course, Andy Robertson, Ian Bishop. I think if Ian Bishop hadn't been injured, he might probably be one of our best, if not the best cricket or fast bowler we had. He got
Mm.
injured a couple of times,
Yes.
unfortunately. Um, Marshall, of course, 382 wickets and whatever. You know, but for the guy,
Nice
for the
shot,
guys
nice
I
shot.
played with, Joel Garner was spectacular. Of course, word best is very subjective.
It is.
There's no objectivity in this thing. I mean, it's like buying a car.
All right.
These guys are doing very well now. 131 for
Yeah,
eight.
the best partnership of the innings as well.
Correct.
So not a big shot. This time
That's
he will get a
four.
boundary.
Lovely shot.
That's
Shabash,
four.
Ishad. Lovely shot. Shabash, shabash.
Shabash, shabash.
So a beat now
Well done, well done. Keep going.
into the 40s. He's now on to 42, and that boundary will take the total to 135.
There you go. So we're looking now to 160 even.
It's an ordinary over from Budan. His first. So
The
40
score
gone.
is 135 for eight
5 overs to go.
with 5 overs to go. Eight. There is somebody who's been incapacitated who's going to go back out to bat, but they may not even need him. The
Yes.
USA over 65 over 60s, because these guys might be going through right through.
Yeah. Tiramani is the one that retired. Be looking to.
But I know they're going to be dehydrated,
Yeah.
so they're taking some water. Yeah, the conditions here are really good. Um, as I said, much different to yesterday. And what's also important here is that it's something of a showcase for what's coming in the future. I would hope that this field and the fields that we saw in North Carolina, of course, Fort Lauderdale, these fields here would be in consideration for the World Cup in 24. The ICC's already been
Probably in
here.
40
Yeah.
years
I
of
know they've
playing, I'll
done some
probably make that
inspections,
mistake.
maybe casual inspections, just
Yeah.
to find out where the grounds are and put them on notice that look, we're giving you good vision, and that's good. You got to do things way ahead of time.
Yes.
Way ahead of time. 2024 is only 2 years from now, so the truth be told, things should be nearly in place now.
Oh, playing across the line. They've been getting runs on that area, but it's when the ball presented
Well, they
itself.
got
Now this one's
five
outside the
men
off
on the
stump.
offside and four in the leg, which means there's more space in the leg side,
Yes.
and therefore you hit the ball to the leg.
Yeah. But the bowler was bowling to his field,
Correct. And
straight and
that
outside
was
the
a
off stump.
perfect delivery. I don't care about the stroke. From a bowler's perspective, there was not a run scored. That's a perfect
Correct.
delivery. You didn't get a wicket, but take the next best thing, no runs. So that's one down the leg side, and they're allowing one down the leg side. If you do two, then the second one is called.
Mohammed just in his third over.
There, that's gonna be one.
It's a full toss.
Good run, good run. Good running, guys. Good one, Prabhakar.
Yeah. About 5 overs ago, they were not taking those sharp singles.
Well,
Now towards the
the
back end of the innings, they are
sharp
running.
is relative.
Correct.
It's gonna go one.
Batsman making some
Now
room.
Run,
climb back to the
run,
four.
run. Come on, guys. Good run, Shabash.
Yeah.
Shabash, shabash. That is a congratulatory suggestion. Do well, keep going. Yeah. Well, I've been to both places. I even know, I know a little bit of Urdu. I know Hindi, Bengali. I have friends in Bangladesh. No, I don't speak any of them. I know the words.
So this time,
Well, no, I've heard them, but I don't know if I could wrap my tongue around them. So you don't swear in Hindi or Urdu or Bengali.
41 gone, 138 for 8. Abid is on 44. Good knock. And Prabhakar with him 25.
There you go. So there you go. Now we've got how many overs complete?
41.
41. 138 for 8.
So the frontline bowlers as well for West Indies over 60s have all used up their allotment of.
Yeah, but you see, because, and I think what happened with the captain is that he was encouraged by the conditions to let him bowl out.
Right.
Because remember, this partnership has now realized how many runs.
It's not on our monitor, but I think it's gone past 50
It's
a
way
long
more than
time ago.
50.
Yeah.
So, if this partnership has realized more than 50, I think the fielding captain would have been thinking the best way to go at this is to try to get them out before they got here.
Yeah.
So they got away with it. So suddenly, since they've gotten away with it, it's you know, it's now into the court of the USA to try to get to that 150 mark.
Yeah.
They're doing well, 139 for 8 now.
Budan's first over cost 9 runs.
Oh,
Budan coming back for his second now. Just too short on this occasion. And wide on short and wide.
No, that guy's got. He's
Does not
playing
have
with
the
them.
pace to be bowling that line. Batsman
He's
will just
messing with
every
them.
day just hang back
Trying to
and get one
lure him
easily.
into taking two and then throw that ball in.
Now up to the 140 mark. 10 away from that psychological advantage of 150.
How many have been on? Abid, how many is he on? Abid. Nice
That's a
shot,
very
nice
good shot.
shot.
get only one though. Gone straight to mid wicket. Pulled across the line a little bit. Probably would have been better advised if he had cut that down to third man.
Yeah.
Might have get two because we'll get through the spaces. But he pulled across the line, therefore, and there are boundary riders at long on, mid wicket, and I suppose forward square leg.
So,
2 runs, 2 runs. Come on, guys.
with that single, Abid goes to 46. One away, one hit away from
Yep.
to be a very good half century.
49. Nice shot, nice shot.
Prabhakar's length, very good support. It's a really good partnership. Could very well be a match winning partnership. Time will tell. 143 now.
Well, the first thing they got to think about 150, then 160. They're doing well. The USA over 60s.
Dot ball to end the over. So that's the end of 42. 143 the total for 8. There's another 3 overs to go on the USA innings. 142, 143. I was at a Musa Cricket Stadium yesterday, Colin, and
It was very nice.
it's very nice. And it reminds me of the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua.
Correct.
I was making that comparison. Coolidge was initially the Stanford Cricket Ground, which was built by a Texan.
Yeah,
Form,
but Stanford was coming into West Indies cricket to try, in his words, to help West Indies cricket.
yeah,
Of course, we know well how that ended up, and we won't even get into that now. But you're right. Spend a lot of money. That could be
Shot,
four.
shot.
That's a good sweep
swept away
to
nicely.
square leg for four. Backward square for four.
Nice shot, nice shot. Nice shot.
That is fifth.
No, that's Prabhakar. That's the other one. So
Okay.
he's now into the 30s. He's on to
30,
33,
30, 32.
32. Yeah. closer to that 150 mark,
Yeah.
147.
Yeah, well, this is excellent batting by the USA over sixes
Very
because,
good.
as I was saying earlier on, about 15 overs ago, they got to try to bat out the overs, try to get to 120. Once you get to 100, then 120, then 140, then 150.
छोड़ेगा 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 छोड़ेगा
What the hell is this?
That's it was hitting the air, but the bowler did not run back. There's a fielder
गुरबाकर
coming from extra cover, and it fell well
काम
short of
डाउन
him. So they're taking the chances as well, riding their luck. The USA batsmen, Prabhakar, with that now
प्रभाकर
moves
play
up
to
to
the end
33,
you have to
and
bat for
Abid, who's
wicket
on
to
46, is on strike.
186 for 6 Canada 40 gone 5 more overs left Mukesh made 68 yeah he's still batting when we 200 plus
Mohammed
overs
has
will
been
be 200 plus
going
now we're
agonizingly
going to put
close to that
the
stump
5
without
over
hitting.
left
And it's also been,
and Mukesh will
I
win
thought a couple of times the batsman would have been
nice
outstumped.
shot 2 runs come on run
It is smoking.
So that's another single.
बैट गिरा दिया जनक इसलिए मैंने कहा
149.
ऐसा बैट ही गिरा दिया मेरे को दौड़ा नहीं है बैट छोटे ये बेसबॉल खेल रहा है बैट छोटे that's only for 2 overs प्रभाकर
So a little bit of
play to the
outward
end play to
movement
the
from the
end
Power,
bowler.
power. He's tired. They
show
see
the offside
the
Yeah.
batsman is struggling. He's tired.
nice shot that's the way right shot to play
That single brings up the 150 for USA. And that's the end of 43 overs. So two to go, 150 on the board.
There you go, 150. So
150 up
well done, boys. 150 up. Still 8
good job boys
wickets. Is there a scorecard? We could find this somewhere.
Yes, scorer has all the details.
Where you find the
Our,
scorecard?
our monitor, very limited, but it says Abid is on 47. So 150. 2 overs to go there, Colin.
Yes. So two of us should be looking for minimum 10 runs. I would say even try to get 20 runs.
Yeah,
You know, it's two overs,
yeah.
it's 12 legal deliveries. So if you get 20 runs, that's good. But minimum 10. You know, 5 runs per over. You may miss a shot, you might miss a ball, it might not go. See, like that. There's a delivery that was not scored on. So suddenly in this over, you only got 5 deliveries left. So, consideration and expectations are a little different.
But then adjusting his field on the offside, asking the backward point to go a bit deeper.
All of that is going to allow us to get another run there.
Oh, does not field to his own bowling and allows a single. But Abid is back on strike and he's on 47. Sure, his teammates will be cheering on for that 3 more runs that will give him a half century. But then bowling into his pad, not allowing him to free his arm, he was wandering down the track. I want to 48.
And they should be tired. They put out a good partnership here.
Yeah.
52 for 8. They've done exceptionally well after having lost 8 wickets very quickly. That's going to be
good
a bye down the leg side.
Last like on that he would have come
The
down
coaches will say when you're tired, you tend to make mistakes.
Well, mistakes and tiredness are not necessarily the same in the same breath, but I understand where you're going. Make mistakes even when you're not tired.
The batsman will walk the single as the ball goes right back on the boundary and cover. And a bid now on to 49.
Shot!
Short ball from
Only one.
Budan. 44 gone.
So he's got one over to get to 50. He's got 49, correct, Mr.
49.
Abid? And Pavakar has got 35. 155 for 8 after 44. So you got, see, that last over, there were only what, 4 runs?
Yeah.
I'm saying. So when I said 5 runs, last over, guys. You guys laugh.
Yeah, let
Right?
him play. Last over.
Sport is not about what the imagination conjures. As a mosquitoes around.
Spider.
It's all right. I hope it's bringing me some good luck.
Abid.
Spiders are good things, you know. They
Mm.
get
Two more runs.
they
Two
eat
more runs.
mosquitoes, so I keep them. I don't kill them. 155 for 8, 44 overs gone. This is the final over of the USA 60 over 60 innings.
Shot.
That's going to be just realizing one down to long on. The two batsmen would be relatively tired because they have played excellently. Yeoman's effort here for these two. They've put on well past 50. We don't have those stats yet. So they're gonna run again.
Oh, that would be the 50 for a
That's
bit.
his 50.
15. Well batted, Abid.
Well done there for Mr. Abid. Abid Ed, that's his 50. That's excellently played. He's brought his team right out of a real bog, and they're now at 157 for 8. Excellent. So now they could be thinking 160. They've got another 3 deliveries for this over. So, come on, hit the damn ball now. You got 2 balls to go. You should be at least trying to slug that.
Two balls left. Go for it. Just fix it.
Looking on the pad, and there's an appeal for leg before and given.
Oh dear.
So the breakthrough finally coming. 157. But Prabhakar gone for 37. Very good hand he has played.
Played really well.
Had
Very,
really good
very well.
support to
Going
Abid.
across the line, the ball pitched probably off stump coming into his middle leg. Pitched up, so he's put it across the line without putting the pad fully out. Once you miss those, the chances are you're going to get out.
And that's the end of the innings as well.
Yeah, because I think what has happened, did they bat out the full 40?
They did. That was the last ball
Okay,
of the.
good. You sure? Because I think he's going out there. No,
Oh, I saw the umpires
it's not.
coming in.
It's
So
not the end of the over. I
one
didn't
delivery
think
to
so. I
go.
think it's one delivery or maybe
One
two
delivery
left.
according to the
Good job,
score
Prabhakar.
bar. We have one delivery to go. Very good innings from Prabhakar coming to an end.
Well played, well played.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pavakar,
Thank you.
very well played.
Well batted, Prabhakar.
Comment, the our comment demand. It's a situation where he recognized that he had to stick around so that the USA Masters would get
Now we need the same
some
for your
sort
bowling.
of 120, 140.
And
They've done appreciably better. They're now 157 for 9.
BK Tiramani, who retired, he was struggling.
Yeah,
He had a start 8 from 26. He's going to go back for the final delivery of the
I
innings.
think he's going to try to get a run at least so they could get to 158, 59.
So we must commend his bravery and his
He's got one
efforts.
ball to face. So he's going back.
he had made up his mind a long time ago that he was going to go back. And
And he
he's
bowled
bowled.
it.
So that's 2-2 for the bowler. So that's the end of the
The
innings.
next game,
So it's now 157 all
all
out.
out on the
But
board.
they've managed to use up all of their overs, the
As I
allotment
was
of
suggesting,
45.
you need to bat 45 overs. This has been an excellent comeback here from the USA Arms over
Yeah.
60s. An excellent comeback.
And just before we enter the break, the batting side, they got a very good partnership. Broken with the penultimate delivery. We're speaking about momentum going into the second innings. Who will go into the second innings with it as the happier side?
I think the team that batted first, having been 8 down for less than 100 and realizing 157, their confidence would be high. 157 runs are already on the board. So this team batting second now has to worry about if they could get there. If they defend this well, they could have a very good match this afternoon.
157 all out USA, winning the toss and batting first against West Indies over 60s. Which means West Indies will have 158 as their target when they come out to bat from the maximum allotment of 45 overs.
Correct.
Right, so we'll take a break and we'll come back with the run chase in a few minutes. So welcome back to pre-review cricket complex. Just seen one delivery sent down in a run chase, and it's a ball ill-directed from Prabhakar. He's bowling to Hafiz Mohammed. Hafiz left-handed. Nice bounce with his new ball. West Indies set a target of 158. 158 from 30 from 45 overs. It represents a good comeback from USA. At one stage, they were 83 for 8 with one batsman as well that was injured. So they could have very well been bowled out long before getting to that 100 mark. But it was a fighting half century partnership between Prabhakar, who's bowling now, and Abid Naki, who made an even half century. Together they put on 74 runs for the ninth wicket. And that 74-run partnership really got them back into the game.
Brian is gone. He's not coming back. You good? Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So where's the camera? You gotta come here. There you go. There they are. You see us, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So 158 required and 45 overs with 10 wickets in hand.
So what will be the approach here, Colin, as we get into this run chase? What will be the approach of the
Bat
batsmen?
normal.
Bat normal. That's the
Three,
message.
4 runs per over. Do not lose wickets. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
Consideration just now, they were 78 for 8. They managed to get to 157. Do not lose wickets. Once you lose wickets, you've put in the advantages to the fielding team. Bat normal and wait. Nobody's Viv Richards, so play with your in the limitations.
So that's the first over coming to an end. Two without loss, West Indies. Like you mentioned, 158 is the victory target from 45 overs.
Correct.
Hafiz Mohammed is on one and one extra, picking up the total so far. But that was a really nice partnership of
Yep.
74 runs between
Mr.
Prabhakar and Abid.
Abid Nafki made 50 exactly, not
Yeah,
out. And Prabhakar
37.
Baliapur, he made 37. 157 all out. They had 16 extras. Michael Griffin made 12. Sunil Narkar 14. And those were the only two other guys who got the double figures. And of course, Abid Nafki, really good innings. 50 from 73 deliveries with 4 fours. Prabhakar Baliapur 37 from 51, also with 4 fours. So the chase is on. At least the one thing for the fielding team, the batting team second, is that you know exactly what is required.
Yeah.
You know, but that should not be
Griffin. Huh.
that should not be foremost in your mind
Mm.
as to what your run requirements are. The first thing of this is survival.
This is over number two. It's Michael Griffith. And he's just coming from a few steps and delivering. A single on offer very early for Mohammed. Three now the total. So left-handers starting.
Started to be a beautiful. This really turned out to be an excellent day this afternoon. No wind as it was yesterday,
Yeah.
so it really is a very pleasant afternoon. What I like about this tournament, I've got to be honest, I've been around people playing overage cricket, of course. It's the enthusiasm of the
Oh
players,
yes.
all of them.
Oh yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter if you bowl, you bat, even you're a supporter, they're extremely enthusiastic.
Yeah. And Mohammed, who's on strike now, he was preparing a long time before this tournament back home in Trinidad. In fact, he has a open area.
Yes, he told me that he has a space that they practice
Yeah,
in.
it's
Yeah,
similar to a
yeah,
parking lot.
correct.
And a
Well,
few of
let's
the
go.
guys, yeah, would all gather in the afternoon for 2 hours.
We used to do that when we were in primary school,
Yeah.
and even when I started high school in Central High School. When we used to go home with the trains in the afternoon or with the buses afterwards, but you would pass any number from 25 to 100 cricket games going on in the
Yeah.
East Coast,
Yeah.
from Georgetown to Mahaika or Unity. You will pass at least 50 cricket games going on in the afternoon. That no longer exists.
Not at all. I can tell you that
I know it.
immediately.
It stopped. It stopped more than 30 years ago for whatever reason.
Sundays was a very popular
Oh,
day for
Saturdays and
sport
Sundays,
in the national park in Georgetown.
National Park, and all the cricket grounds along Stamford Flat.
Everything, yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The whole focus has changed. I mean, people tell me that the cricketers are playing more cricket now. I don't agree with that at
No.
all. There's a lot more cricket that was going on in the 70s and 80s. Different scores. That's a good shot. You might get one, you might get four. That's
So
good.
it's a lovely shot from Montgomery. Pinker Sammy. I remember trying to get a little space in the national park to play some six-a-side cricket was very difficult. But these days you can go and you can take any spot you want. Things
The
quite
focus has
different.
changed.
Yeah.
Focus has
And I'll
changed.
tell you what, speaking of change, a lot of football happening in the city.
But football has always been happening in the
Yeah.
city.
So right at the national park.
You know, you had teams in Old Boys Town, Thomas Lands, Eve Leary, Campbellville, Kitty,
Yeah.
all of them had football
Yeah.
teams.
So you're seeing that emergence.
So nothing is new. Sure,
That's a good shot, but
maybe.
should be cut off. Yeah. Positive start from the West Indies openers.
Yes, I have to give them karma. They represent me. I'm incapacitated with a probably a pull left hamstring, but they're doing their thing for me. Well done, boys. All they gotta do is win now, and we're good.
Yes, it's a good start. 11 runs after 2 overs. There's an influx of different nationalities in Georgetown. You had the Brazilian
But that
influence,
is not new
the
either.
Spanish, and they have formed their own little cliques. And we're seeing,
But hold on,
and
hold on, hold on.
volleyball as well, very popular now.
Listen to what you
What the
just
point I'm
said.
making, Colin, is that when I was going to the national park as a teenager, it was all cricket.
Yeah, but
Now
listen to what
it's
you
no
just
cricket.
said. There are an influx of
Different nationalities.
additional,
Yeah,
but Guyana is what's Guyana score? Guyana got at least six,
correct.
probably 16 nationalities initially before we became independent.
Right.
So everybody's related to some Brazilian or
Yeah.
Venezuelan, some Portuguese or some Chinese. Of
The-
course, people of Indian descent or people of African descent. The Amerindians. My I suppose, great grandfather was a Wapisiana Indian.
mhm.
The point I'm making is People migrating from A to B is
Yeah,
normal. America,
yeah,
country that got nationalities from all over the world. So, you know, it's not so much they're coming in, it's what they're bringing.
yeah.
Are they bringing energy, good technology, or are they bringing nefarious businesses and practices? That is what you're going to be worried
Yeah.
about. Because it's not a nationality doesn't become drug runners, you know. A person becomes a drug runner. And I'm sure they drug runners and gun runners in every nationality.
Correct.
So there you go. You know, as if you're bringing something positive. Sometimes, and I gotta be honest, that's why I like Australia. You can't migrate to Australia unless you have something to give to this society. You have to go through a full sequence of proving that you could contribute positively,
Mm, nice.
right? The United Kingdom has it for a little bit, and America has it for a little bit, but they don't have it anymore. I don't think. Not well fielded, well bowled, very well bowled.
Yeah, so it's a total contrast back home in terms of what we're seeing.
Oh yeah, I
There's lots of
understand.
swimming happening as well.
Again, the one thing with swimming in Guyana is that it used to be a little bit too centralized when I was going to school
Uh huh.
in the 60s and 70s. You had to go up to the big pool up in Kingston,
Yeah.
or you had, I think there was one in Kitty somewhere, Campbellville. But there weren't too many big public pools. So the spread and diversification of the swimming is not a bad thing.
Yeah. It's in the air,
But
but in the
let's
gap
go.
as well.
Let's
And
go
it's
before.
running down. There's a little slope here,
Yes.
and it's going to run away.
Again, and that too, you mentioned the slope, that too, and that brings it over to the end. It's 16 for no loss. Um, that what you mentioned, the slope,
Yeah.
the gradient, makes these fields very, very attractive
Yeah. Correct.
because the water will not stay up
Yeah.
on the top on the pitches. They will go to the end.
Yeah.
That is something we have to start learning in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
We build a lot of cricket fields. The water never goes
Yeah. It's
anywhere.
totally flat.
Water never goes anywhere.
Yeah.
So you gotta get the gradient of the pitch should be higher than the gradient at the edge of the boundary. That is basic
Yeah.
for civil engineering. When you build your house, the roof is slanted so
Yeah.
that the rains could come down from the top to the bottom. But this is the same concept.
Yeah.
The pitch must be a higher level than the outfield. Must be. So the pitch will never be full of water. That's simple,
It
but you
is. It
gotta
is.
know what you're doing.
Naughty shot to a new over. Griffin continues.
What I'm more concerned about is our facilities and the management of them.
Yeah.
When we were down there in August and July and August last year,
Yeah.
West Indies versus Pakistan,
Yeah.
I was disappointed, embarrassed even, to see people sopping up water with home sponges,
Yeah.
sizes, sponge the size of a computer.
That's it in the air.
What a catch! What a catch! What a catch!
Prabhakar again. So that's,
Mr. Pavakar, what a catch!
yeah.
Spectacular.
It was short or wide, and it's presented his shot, but it was hit straight to the field, well, just to the right of the field, in fact, and he moved to his right enough, outstretches his right arm, and it stuck very well. So that's the first wicket going down. That's Monty, brilliantly caught at that backward point position. West Indies losing their first wicket in over number 4, 16 for 1.
Spectacular catch, which tells you if you don't want to be caught, don't hit the ball in the air.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. because somebody could take a catch like that one.
Of
I
course.
didn't give him a chance. I thought 10% he would take it.
Yeah.
Well, he took it and he took it well. So there you go. Excellently caught. And immediately the United States have gotten a wicket. The United States over sixes have gotten a very good wicket because West Indies had started playing and looking very organized.
Yeah.
So excellently caught there. Oh, what a catch.
Yeah.
What a catch. Best catch so far for the day.
Yeah. Victor Samuel will be very disappointed with his dismissal because runs out there.
Yeah,
Looks
the
a
pitch
good.
is dried out.
Yeah.
The bounce is now more consistent. The ball is coming on. You know, anybody worth his salt should at least wait for the ball,
Yeah.
get the ball between the spaces, hit a couple of boundaries, and next thing you know, you have 30.
But like you mentioned, hitting in the air.
Once you hit the ball in the air, there's
That's
a
it.
chance you could get caught.
Yeah. So the new batsman is Ramrup. That's Tej Narayan Ramrup, the good counsel from Berbice in Guyana.
You know, you were talking about cricket in the Caribbean. Right now, this year, 2022, there are tentative plans to have about four different tours in 2022-23.
Yes, we've been hearing about these
India,
stories.
Bangladesh, New Zealand, maybe, Sri Lanka,
I heard Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. Yeah.
Australia next year, perhaps. West Indies are supposed to be going to Australia this year end for not altogether sure if they're going to be test or one day internationals and T20s. But there's a lot of cricket
Yeah.
coming up. So if you're a young cricketer in the Caribbean, it doesn't have to be Guyana.
Yeah.
From Jamaica, go down to Guyana. You know, not the guys who are playing tests now, or
Right.
even those played President's 11, but a young cricketer. You've got a lot to look forward to.
Correct.
But you got to also have the infrastructure for these things. You know, that's four leg buys. Did he signal leg buys?
So he's not signaling anything else, so rather suspect
It
it's
might be
bad there.
runs.
Runs, Colin.
Well, I thought I heard the ball hit the
I
pad.
heard that sound as
Huh?
well.
That's right. And I actually saw the ball hit the pad. So anyway, these things happen.
These things happen. I understand there's going to be a female team tour in the Caribbean as well.
Well, it's possible. South
Yeah.
Africa, I think, are due.
Yeah.
Um,
So, so cricket, male and female. So young players can really look forward to some cricket indeed.
I am very pleased to see that Cricket West Indies is putting a big, 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 big foot forward for the ladies' cricket.
Yes.
Truth be told, over the last 10 years, the women West Indies cricket team has kept a lot of embarrassment out of cricket in the West Indies.
Yeah.
They've done really, really well. So anyway, we've had now
What for?
4 overs, 21 for one. Simple math tells you that it's 5.25. 21 for one after four. 21 after four.
Successful over coming to an end there from Griffith, over which he got a wicket of Venkasamy. So it's really nice and warm this afternoon.
Yeah, and
Getting
everybody's wrapped
closer.
up from yesterday's escapades.
Yeah, don't want to get caught napping again.
Well, that's it. We now call it sweating.
Yeah. It's almost 3 p.m. here in the Texas state. This one is played nicely into the onside. Runs for Ramrup. Got at least two.
Texas is not a state, you know. Texas is a country.
The country.
Texas is bigger than some countries around the world. You
It
know.
is,
It's a
yes.
massive,
Yeah.
massive, massive area of land.
So I must give you this. When the tour was being planned, we were told that the hotel will be close to the grounds.
It is. by Texas standards.
So when we got into Texas and we took 45 and
Yes.
50 minutes to get to the ground, I said I thought you guys are making arrangements for the ground and hotel to be close. So that's the closest we could have got.
That's what I'm saying. It is close. It takes you 6 and 7 hours to drive across the state.
Yeah. So
Maybe even more. It's a big state. It's a big place.
yeah. But I'm impressed with the facilities. You know,
Yeah, yeah. As I said,
it's a high standard already.
it's a very high standard as
Yeah.
it is. So to get it better, you're gonna let the grass grow up. You're gonna cut it at an even,
Yeah.
maybe quarter inch, depending on what you want, or half inch. A couple of centimeters, so a couple of millimeters up. The pitches themselves,
Yeah.
you're gonna work on them and make sure that they have bounce and pace.
Chance for overthrow, but both batsmen.
They were way past their return creases, so
Yeah.
they couldn't turn back. But yes, the gradients of the outfields are good, so you don't have to worry too much about that. You've got space behind the boundary line
Yeah.
to put temporary stands, so you could put stands in here that could hold somewhere between 5 and 15,000 people
Correct.
right around the ground.
Yeah.
You know, and once you could put great signage as to where the ground is and how to get there, that's something they do very well in Canada. The signage has been very good at the games in Mississauga and so on.
Oh, that's a lovely flowing drive. Not trying to hit it too hard, just time it nicely.
Should have been
Allowed,
one run, but it went through the fields one. So
yeah, allowed the outfield to do the rest. So that's four more to West Indies. That's taking Ryan Ramrup with a boundary. 29, and Ramrup goes
29
on.
for one
Ramrup goes
over
on
number
to nine.
5.
What I saw at Musa Stadium yesterday, they have outdoor nets,
Yeah, yeah, we
and
were
it's
there the
covered
first day.
as well. So
We were there the first day.
31
I think the
and 4.1.
surface in the outdoor nets though was mostly sand
uh-huh.
and probably not 100% conducive. So they were just telling me when we were there that they're going to change that and make it a proper practice pitch so
Okay.
that it could be very similar to what you'll be playing on, which
Yeah,
is what you need.
that's right. So they're moving in the right direction in terms
Yeah,
of
yeah,
cricket.
yeah.
I
They
love it.
have, and the guy who's been put in charge of that stadium, he is from Jamaica.
Yeah, I met him yesterday,
Yes,
and he was taking a lot of pride in his
of
job.
course.
So that's the end of another over. So five gone. West Indies losing just one wicket in the process. 31 for one. Jason Ryan Ramrup and Hafiz Mohammed at the crease. And the facilities, you're seeing that there's a scoreboard, they have commentary box. The dressing rooms are very comfortable and spacious.
Correct, correct.
So no doubt cricket will be on the rise.
Cricket has been going on in America for a long time,
Yeah,
since the 70s. For that matter, the very first cricket game ever was
international.
between Canada and the
And the
United
US,
States.
yes,
Ever.
yes.
A lot of people don't know that. But of course, it's most military people.
Yeah. Then when we get down to the Central Broward Regional Stadium,
Yeah, Samuel Plummer is a curator down
Musa,
at Musa. Yes, sir.
yeah,
Jamaican guy. He used to be in Fort Lauderdale. He used to be at that stadium in Fort
the
Lauderdale.
Central Broward.
He still lives there.
Okay.
And he commutes from Broward to Texas.
Wow.
He goes every week because he's got his family there, his wife
Yeah.
and kids. So he comes out here a week or two, goes back for a weekend, come back. It's America, You could go anywhere at any time. Once you got the money and the airplanes are there,
Yeah.
the trains are there. Samuel Plummer, very good man.
Not a misfeeling on the boundary, put some pressure on the fielders, West Indies batsmen, running very good. Two more. But the Central Broward Regional Stadium. I was there when, for CPL, of course. I was there for West Indies and India a few years
Yeah,
ago.
I
And,
was doing commentary
and you mentioned temporary
there.
stands.
2019. Yes,
I
that's
was
what I
there
do.
for I was there just for CPL. One a few months before that West Indies and India match came up.
Yep,
For CPL, there were no temporary stands,
correct.
but for India, I was totally amazed at those temporary stands that went up,
They don't build concrete and mortar anymore for cricket grounds. Nobody
and,
does.
and those stands accommodated lots of persons.
They had about, I would have thought, 15,000 people in there.
Yes,
But you don't build concrete and mortar stands anymore. Nobody does that. The NFL does it because the NFL is fully enclosed.
yeah,
But cricket, you don't have to build them. All you need are two sets of things. You need a general building at each end, maybe
yeah,
to house the teams and the equipment and so
yeah.
on, and the media and maybe the VIPs, etc. And then everything on the outside of those two big buildings could be temporary.
Yeah.
You know, it saves a lot of money. It uses up maximum space. Efficiency is high, and that's what you do. It's only the third world they build big monstrosities that you use only once a year.
And it saves the environment as well. So that's another over completed. Six gone, 33 for one.
We'll start here for the Windies over sixties, and you gotta remember that they've got the best batting conditions of this game,
Yeah.
better than this morning certainly. Um, they do have a long way to go though. They gotta get 158. After at one stage, the USA on the sixties were 78 for 8. They managed to get 157.
Yeah.
So
And the,
still a very long way to go.
yeah, the batsman that got them to that 157 is going to come into the bowling attack now. That's Abid.
Mr. Abid from Pakistan.
Yes, 15
I was
not out.
talking to him earlier on. PCHS scheme in Karachi.
And he was batting with Prabhakar, and I love that partnership.
Yep.
Not
With
only
a
for
name like Babakar is probably Indian.
years, and I love that partnership not for what I saw in front in terms of the production with runs,
Yeah, yeah.
but it's that cohesion with India and Pakistan.
Well, you got to go back a little bit, maybe another 2022, maybe 70, 80 years.
Yeah,
You know, at one time Pakistan didn't exist,
yeah.
and then of course India was broken up into India and Pakistan, and then Pakistan was broken up into East Pakistan and Pakistan proper, and then East Pakistan became Bangladesh.
Abid starts with a very gentle full toss. That is
A
not.
loosener, but the batsman did not capitalize.
They don't time it, trying to hit it too hard, you'd say.
That's right. Just hit it down the backward square leg, you will get two. Try to hit that way too hard. There.
Top edge, looking to sweep it. I was speaking to Tatum Ramrup, the batsman that was on strike, and he told me yesterday he had, I think, two sixes right here at this venue when West Indies took on the other USA side. And he said to me that he made a promise to himself to hit 10 sixes before the tournament is finished for him.
Good for the boy.
Yes,
He's
so
got some ambition.
has some ambition.
So, are you in contact with Mr. Ramson and the minister and responsible for sport in Guyana? Are you sufficiently um, highly politically placed to be in charge, to be talking to him? I don't know. I'm
No,
asking.
I think the minister has been making himself available. I last spoke with the minister when the on the 19 World Cup was in Guyana. Yeah, so I'm not aligned, so to speak, with him.
Well,
we are
how
from
do
the
you
same
get
club.
aligned for
We're from the same club. We're at Everest. We're both Everest guys. And I saw him on Tuesday. He was at a club with his daughter. Just, just having an afternoon out with his daughter. Well, it was my daughter's birthday, and we had a picnic for
they'll hang
her.
out?
Picnic for her in the park. Yeah, so he's available, but I haven't been able to get into his ear too often.
I mean, I read the newspapers every day from Jamaica all the way down to Guyana. Every
Yeah,
newspaper. That's the only way I could, I will be very honest. It is very difficult to listen to the news station, um, the radio stations.
yeah. It's
It's
difficult for me as well as I'm
it's
living there.
quite frankly, the only thing I hear in radio stations in Guyana is noise.
Yeah,
I hear nothing. I mean, I would listen and what am I listening to here? And I
yeah,
turn it off. I want to hear objective commentary or good music. I don't want to hear a man shouting into the microphone.
yeah,
I don't want to hear. Well, that was. Hold on, I know who it was. Tell me a little bit.
yeah,
It's as if everybody's trying to outdo everybody else. Eh,
yeah.
I wonder if this. I'm getting. Do these guys listen to? I worked for the BBC for about from 1994 when England toured the Caribbean. I worked for the BBC until I started doing Sky Sports in 2007, 8. So about 10 years, a little bit more than 10
Yeah.
years, 12 years.
Yeah, I
And
used
you would be amazed at how simple the operation of the BBC is.
yeah,
The operation of the BBC is simple. It's time,
What's the
content.
score?
The score is now 35 for 1, and we've had
35.
yes, sir. That is what is shown here.
yeah, 35.
Seven.
Seven overs
It's 7
completed.
overs. It's very difficult to see the overs here. The BBC's content is just time and content.
Yeah,
I listen to the BBC wherever I am around the world. I've been doing that since my father had a big run bigger than a TV set.
yeah,
And another, we had a Philips too. On the 60s, 1959 60s, the first test match. I remember listening to West Indies versus Australia with
yeah.
Bill Lowry and Lance Gibbs and Wes Hall and them. 1959 60s. Or 66 to 1. But that series. But the point I'm making is the broadcasting levels in the Caribbean has gone crazy.
That's a 100 sweep shot from Mohammed, and we'll get some runs. The mid wicket will have to run far away. Because I feel that was a backward square, but just in the 30-yard circle, giving chase.
You, know,
The mid wicket fielder.
you listen to the cricket and guy comes into bowl. X comes into bowl to Y. Plays that through extra cover. And then the next question is, what did you have for lunch?
Mm.
What does that have to do with cricket?
I tell you what, the legendary Red Pereira has been in our ears for the longest while. Even if it's a club match that is going on, Red would say to us, "We want to know who's bowling, who's
Focus on
batting,
the cricket.
and what's the score."
Maybe doing interviews like this that
Yeah,
you're talking tonight, that's fine. But tell the people about the cricket. See, we're
yes,
doing online, quote unquote, television. You can't
yeah,
tell people what they're seeing.
right, correct,
So you could have other conversations. But if you're doing radio specifically,
yeah.
you are now describing for the people what they cannot see.
Oh, this one is Ramroop.
It's a big one. It
Yes,
stops just in front of the long on boundary, so it gets four. But the intent there is obvious. If you pitch it up and you give me some air, I'm going to take the aerial route and get down to the long on boundary. Four excellent runs. The score has gone to 41. Correction, 42 for one. And this is over number 8.
so while that ball was traveling, I was trying to get the direction of the wind because there's a little wind now.
There is a wind coming up. You're right. And if you look at the leaves, they're just kind of bending a little bit.
Yeah,
But you're right. And remember, we might be, because it's so big and open, it could be swirling wind
yeah,
here.
the direction is kind of difficult for us to pick up at the moment.
because it's so big and open.
Yeah. But it was well hit. Good
Oh, he
shot.
got four for it.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have said, but it wasn't well enough yet. He could have got
Got
six.
six. This time using his feet.
Yesterday,
That is something that we haven't seen a lot lately.
I see.
Batsmen using their
Yeah,
feet.
there are a lot of things you haven't seen a lot lately. When last have you seen a West Indian batsman hook or cut?
Ah, you're, you're right.
The hook and the cut went out when people like Gordon Greenidge stopped playing, or Roy Fredericks, wasn't
So
Clive Law,
Richie.
Richard Richardson.
Hmm.
Um,
Ramner Rasawan was probably the
yeah, well, I'm
last.
talking
Yeah.
about that era.
Yeah.
Sarwan, Chanda Paul, who people never used to think
Yeah.
could play aggressive shots or can cut brilliantly. Sherwin Campbell, Lara, even Jimmy Adams, who was sufficiently, supposedly, relatively placid, would hook and cut. When you ask them, see a West Indian opening batsman cut or hook, they don't know what it is. They stand up and allow the ball to get to them and they get hit, or was hooks and cuts are shots that you could get runs from
Yeah.
if you know to play them properly.
Yeah.
You know,
Today's day two of that final test, West Indies and England. And
that yes.
we heard that West Indies was 7 down for
Well, I'm
about
going to check the
140.
score now. Score is in a second. One of the things I like about technology, you could find out anything that's happening around the world.
It's at your fingertips.
It takes about 30 seconds to get into the right space.
Yeah. So the previous over was bowled by a new bowler, Syed Mansour.
204 for England. The West Indies
Yeah.
are 171 for 7.
171 for 7. Turning out to be a second innings game.
Tonight, I think the West Indies ladies play against Pakistan. The game the West Indies ladies must
No,
win.
no, Colin. West Indies and Pakistan played already, and that game was reduced because of rain. And
That was South Africa.
Pakistan won that
Yes,
shortened game.
you got that right.
Then the final game against South Africa was rained out,
So the
which was a
West
no
Indies have
result.
done their quota.
That's right. So
You
they
got
are
that right.
on
What I was
seven
reading,
points.
I agree with you. I apologize. It's New Zealand women playing Pakistan tonight, not
Yeah.
West Indies. New Zealand. I misread, so yes, you're correct. The West Indies, if you are interested, the scorecard is they were they had bowled England out for 204. The West Indies, Craig Brathwaite, LBW to Stokes for 17. John Campbell caught wicketkeeper Folks ball Overton 35. Shamar Brooks, LBW Mahmood 13. Nkrumah Bonner called wicketkeeper Folks ball Wokes 4. Jermaine Blackwood, LBW Wokes 18. Jason Holder caught Bairstow ball Wokes no score. Kyle Myers caught Mahmood ball Stokes 28. Joshua De Silva, the wicketkeeper for the West Indies, 21 not out. Azari Joseph, 27 not out. 10 extras. West Indies after 67.3 overs, 173 for 7.
It's a good partnership with the wicketkeeper batsman Joshua De Silva and Alzari Joseph.
Correct. At least at one time, the West Indies were 5 for 82, 6 for 95, and 7 for 128.
Yeah.
Well, it's still the same 7, but it's now 173. So that's 45 runs this partnership has put out. For the bowlers for the England, Chris Wokes got 3 for 43. Craig Overton 1 for 47. Saqib Mahmood, he's in his 14th over, 1 for 24. Ben Stokes 2 for 31. Jack Leach 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 20. So the West Indies are 27 and 4, 31 runs away from England's first innings score of 204 with three first innings wickets in hand.
Almost a chance to the bowler, but Abid is not moving freely and could not have gotten around to his left to take that catch.
It is very difficult when you're 65 years old and you've done whatever you've done in life.
Yeah.
You may have played a lot of cricket, you may have done industrial work, might be a dentist, doctor. Your mind is bigger than your body, you know. Your mind tells you what to do. Your body doesn't always have the capacity to do it.
Yeah.
So they,
So the mind says yes, and the body says not
yeah,
now.
yeah.
So early days in that test match. Just today's day two. Now we're in the final session of that test match. West Indies and England in Grenada. So result is definitely on the horizon.
It's possible.
It is possible.
You know, it depends on how the last 3 wickets do for the West
Yeah.
Indies.
And
If the last 3 wickets for the West Indies do exactly as has been done for England,
yeah.
then the West Indies could be in for a good shot because the last 3 wickets for England put on,
Yeah. I remember they were in
they
all
were
sorts of trouble.
55, 53 for 5, England were, then 53 for 6, then 67 for 7,
Yeah.
then 90 for 8. So they were 90 for 8. The last 2 wickets for England put
One
on
24.
124.
Yeah.
Sorry, 114. Sorry, 90 for 8.
90 correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 114 runs. Now, if the West Indies last two put on 114 runs from where they are now, they'll probably get a small lead, maybe 40, 50 runs. And 40, 50 runs in this environment
Yeah.
could account for 2 or 3 wickets,
Yeah.
you know, as many as 4 or 5. So that first innings lead is important. French cut on the edge, just over the top of leg stump, and you get a single that moves the West Indies over 60s to 48 for 1. We are in over number 10. So they're well up with the run rate required with good wickets in hand.
Yeah. So this tournament will continue tomorrow with over 50s action.
Yeah, tomorrow we don't have over 60s, I don't
No.
think.
So they'll
But
be
we're going to be doing broadcasting
yes,
accordingly. Right here, I think.
correct.
Oh, he dropped it. It's a return catch, and he dropped it.
Yeah, that's
Mr.
Said
Said Prabhakar.
Said
No,
Mansour.
no. Komasur. Drop that one.
And then in the previous over, a chance was created as well from the same batsman.
Correct.
So this time hitting along the ground for a single. He's kept his wicket and he's added to the total. 49, getting close to that first 50. Now the victory target 158 from 45 overs. Earlier you mentioned 60s and 70s and Central High School.
Hmm.
Central High School has been going through some renovations of late.
Well, I understand that Central High School does not exist anymore.
Yeah,
At least
so
the Central High School I know. Because when I went to Central, they had about 15 to 1800 students. They had the branch in Durban Street, which was predominantly the girls. They had the main branch in Smythe Street,
uh-huh.
where the headmaster and most of the upper classes were. Then there was a Hatfield Street branch where I started at the corner of Hatfield and Smythe Street. And then they had another branch up at Thomas Lands. So there were 4 branches of Central,
Interesting.
and they had probably about 15 to 1800 students. You didn't know that, did
Not
you?
at all.
Of course you didn't.
Now I'm doing this. I know the
Because a
Central
lot
High
of
School
people,
that I know is in Smythe Street, probably what is
that
now.
was that was the main
Yes.
branch. Now that building used to have only the fourth, fifth, and sixth forms
Mm,
because the satellite buildings, the one in Thomas Lands where they had the ground.
yeah.
I don't know if you know where the ground is. There's a Central High School had a cricket ground.
On
next to
Thomas Lands.
yeah, just next to
Okay.
Gandhi GYO, I
Yeah,
think it was
yeah, it's
opposite Gandhi.
opposite.
Next to it was next to the Chinese, I think, or the Chinese in
So
Albert and what street
Thomas
is this?
Lands, Albert and Thomas Lands.
Albert Street and what is that road? Where the
Wilford Avenue.
yes,
Yeah.
Wolford, where the multilateral school
Yes,
is.
yes, Wilford Avenue.
I mean, I haven't gone through Georgetown recently, but not much has changed,
No.
right? So we used to go up there sometimes for classes in between first and third form, and those same, and then we would do all the outdoor sports, table tennis, sorry, um, tennis. They used to have
50 up for Western East, Colin. Let me just stop
well
you there.
played, 50 for one,
Over number 11.
yep,
Just one
and they
down.
had hockey, soccer, cricket, athletics, all of that used to be in that field. Brilliant. When you have it, school sports, a centralized school, man, the whole of Woodford Avenue is awash with people.
Whoa.
A different time. A very, very, very different time. In those days, QC had about maybe 1,000, 1,500. Central had about 1,500. St. Stanislaus had maybe 900, 1,000. Tutorial was a big school then. Tutorial had probably 2,000.
Whoa.
Um, then they had
The Bishop's High School.
hmm?
What about the Bishop's High
Bishop's
School?
High School was only girls in
Only
those days.
girls, yeah.
They had about 1,500. St. Stanislaus, I mentioned them. Then they had Christ Church. Uh, there were, I would have thought, at any one time, the students in the major high schools in Georgetown, somewhere between 10 and 25,000, you know.
Nice.
But the whole school presence and rivalry has disappeared. Now you got maybe two or three prominent schools, and everybody got to pay to go there. And if you can't afford it, you can't go. I went to Central High School
Yeah.
on a part scholarship. Both academic and sport. But the point I'm making is school should not be expensive. In
No.
the United States, it's an embarrassment. You go to school in America for 4 years in university and you come out with $280,000 in debt.
Whoa.
But you haven't worked one day in your life.
Mm.
Now you tell a 22-year-old, 23-year-old, before you break bread at work, you understand this. You
Yeah.
owe $250,000 to the government. It's great. It's 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 vile. That's the word I use. Vile. But I think a couple of presidents have tried to change it. Right now, President Biden is having considerations of just allowing the student loans to just evaporate. There are people who are lawyers and doctors, you know,
Yeah.
who've been paying back their student loans for 35 and 40 years.
Yeah.
Because to become a lawyer, you got to go to school for 7 years,
Yeah.
or a doctor. So you come out of school with $400,000 in debt.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
There
That will
goes.
be caught. It is caught. What another catch! What another catch!
That's
Now,
Griffith. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I think happened. You mentioned it in the first catch. The ball stayed in the air a long time. It went up. It looked as if it was going out. If you look at the field one, it was on the boundary, and then he had to come in to take the catch. Very difficult catch to take. Very, very difficult catch to take. Okay, he had to adjust his movement, but he took it very well. Who took that catch?
Griffith. Griffith.
Mr.
Mike
Mike
Griffith.
Griffith.
Yeah.
Excellent catch. Excellent. So right now, the USA over 65s are vying for the two best catches of the game. Really good catch.
That's the fall of Ramrook for 19. 52 for the loss of 2.
Again, we go back to the old adage. If you don't hit the ball in the air, you can't get caught.
Yeah.
It's a good catch. He made 19 and they say well batted.
Yeah.
But it's 52 for 2. I maybe it's me. Mamic 19 can't be well batted.
And he gave a couple of chances as well.
But as I said, I have a different concept of what well is about.
Yeah. I think he was trying very hard, I must say, to get out. He offered a couple of half chances, not taken, and this time he hit in the
Here,
air
my
again.
nephew just sent me an article why cricket is gaining popularity in Brazil. Well, I don't see anything wrong with that. It's next door to us. It's
Yeah,
next door to the Caribbean.
yeah,
A lot of Caribbean people live there. A lot of expats have gone down to Brazil and Argentina. Argentina, I know, has proper cricket organization. I actually applied to the Argentina Cricket Association to be their coach. That's why I know that.
yeah. Roy Singh, Balwant Roy Singh. Yeah, okay.
And but if you got things like Nepal playing,
Yeah,
you know, Belgium, places that you might not have thought would be so interested in cricket, more soccer. Why not Brazil?
yeah. When you look at the population of Brazil as well,
That's right,
so
and
you
the
will find,
space they have.
yeah,
I mean, it's a massive country.
it is.
It's one of the few countries that are bigger than Texas. Texas is the only country that is not a country.
So the captain for the West Indies over sixes has made his way into the middle. That's Balwant Roy Singh.
What is his profession? Lawyer.
No, Roy is actually into real estate. Yeah, he's been living in Canada for a long time. And
He's going back to Guyana now
he's been on just to go back
to,
home for
to
going
hang
back home
out and see
sake.
what's going down.
Yeah,
Oh dear. Okay.
he's been into golfing recently. He's a man of on the
Well, you
outdoors.
got to be outdoors. I mean, I've been extremely fortunate. I've been to Formula One. I've been to golf tournaments. I've been to Super Bowls. I've been to World Cup soccer. I've been to, you call it tournaments. I've been to. I've been to
Yeah,
athletics around the world. I've been really fortunate. You got to expand your vocabulary and your horizons.
correct.
But you know, you got it takes a little bit of fortune to